Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome. I'm flat again. Oh no. I cannot be 3D anymore. It's okay. Hello. Hope you're doing good. Hi Jameson. Hi Brett Hawk. Hi Narix. Many dragon. Wha- my whole body hurts honestly. my body hurts because I haven't played badminton in a long time, and then last night I was I was a little bit ambitious with my badminton play, and yeah, that kind of hurt my body muscles and stuff in a good way though, right? It's nothing too bad. It's more like uh after a workout kind of thing, right? After a workout and then your body muscle hurts, but I would consider that as like a good way of pain, so a good kind of pain. So it's fine. And flattened too. I'm flat. Wow. Wait. Hi, Peter. You go. Wait. Wait. The whole body hurt? Kind of. Only my left hand doesn't hurt. Even my belly hurts a little bit. Like because I was the net player on the double play, and I need to keep like ducking down, and then also like squatting in a way, like squatting, doing like the bent motion, like your upper body bend down, and you have to look up, and then I keep doing it because I'm the net player. Yeah, something like that. uh, my left hand doesn't hurt. My head doesn't hurt. I guess that doesn't count as full body. Well, whole body. Wait. But also something happened last night with during the badminton session that made me realize something a little bit grim, to be honest, right? I mean, sure, it's about my diabetes again, right? Because last night when I was in the middle of badminton match, and then I suddenly struggles with, well, not struggle. I suddenly have hypo symptoms, which is like low blood sugar symptoms, right? Meaning that I didn't really like eat well. I didn't calculate it well, right? I mean that's hard to say because I haven't played badminton for a long time. I don't know how much I'm gonna like spend or something. Hi Austroraptor, right? And then that made me realize how sometimes I kind of want a normal life, you know what I mean? Right. I kind of want it sometimes. I don't need to calculate everything that I eat. I don't need to like inject myself with needle every time I need to eat, or shock myself with food whenever I counted it wrong and then suffer from low blood sugar. Right, something like that. Sometimes I kind of yearn having a normal life without having to like think about my blood sugar constantly. Right, I don't need to needle my fingies just to check my blood sugar almost every day, which I totally didn't this few months because it hurts. I don't want it. I'll explain to the doctor anyway. I'm gonna check my HbA1c soon, so I'm sure it'll be fine, right? Or if not, then I'll just like get pissy about it, I guess. But yeah, something made me realize last night that I kind of want to have a normal body, but hey, it just sometimes it happens because I have diabetes from 9 years old, and it has been 20 years. So yeah, it's a little bit of a feeling sometimes, right? I would say it's a little bit of a feeling, right? But I'm I'm fine, honestly, right? I think even I mean I would say that I'm a person with diabetes. If I say it to people in front of me, they will not believe it because I'm like chunky. I look relatively normal because normally when people have diabetes, they control their food consumption a lot more, being more strict. And then there's me who doesn't really control as much, right? I control sometimes, but most of the time I kind of just want to live a normal life, so I didn't really look into what I eat most of the time, but sometimes I still do, right? It's like I won't go way overboard to the point where I lose control. No, I would still eat like a normal amount of food. Yeah, that's probably bad, but I just cannot help it, right? And it's a bit of a grim topic that I'm gonna talk about, right? But I know that me living like this, albeit with diabetes, right? And sure enough, sometimes my blood sugar goes high, sometimes my blood sugar goes down because I eat very like no randomly, I would say. I will use the word random, right? Sometimes a lot, sometimes little, but most of the time it's a lot, right? So it's undoubtedly going to cost my life, I would say, right? So I believe it was like about 3 years ago, right? About 3 years ago that I started to contemplate about like I feel like my lifetime is probably not going to be very long. Right? I know it's grim, but I think in time I've been like make peace with the thought because I feel like if I were to just keep like because back then that shit haunted me a lot, right? When I was thinking about my life expectancy, like my own life, and then I was like, yeah, I'm probably not gonna live long. And then that shit hit me like a truck. It's like, oh my god, like, like oh my god, like I need to I need to uh like figure out a way to like live longer. But then it's at some point I try to control I try to control my food consumption a lot, like very very strict. I feel like those were living hell. So so in the end I went back to my old ways, eat but not eat too much, but still control my blood sugar as much as I can, right? And then it hit me again. It's like, yeah, no, I'm probably not gonna live too long. Maybe over 60 would be a blessing, right? But it's just my brain going through these kind of things lately, and it's kind of messing up my mental. But I feel like these days those doesn't really hit me as hard anymore, right? I've been slowly making peace with the thought, and hey, I'm gonna live the best I can being a little kobold and shit on the internet. Right? Okay, from lick the kobold. Hi, Joki. It's okay. Kobold likes getting licked, especially by dragon. Right. So yeah, it's a bit of a green thought that occurs to me yesterday. Right? Wow. Like, I mean, I'm not feeling bad or anything right now. In fact, I think making peace with that thought actually helped me be like my brain just clears one side of the fog, right? It's like, oh yeah, sure, okay, that kind of thing, right? I'm not feeling bad about it, or if anything, right? It's the cutie ball. Oh well. Mlem, oh my god, Mlem. Getting Mlem by many dragon. Hi, Mama Dragon. There's so many dragons. Oh my god, I like dragon. Dragon great. Dragon nice. Mm. Oh my god, there's one thing I want to say, but I forgot. Ah, it was in my brain. It was totally in my brain and I forgot. Oh, nope, it left my brain. I forgot. It happens way too much. I swear. Oh my god. Like sometimes when I want to speak about something and then my brain just be like, "Oh, let's do a reset," and then it's gone. Like, wow, I don't get it. I don't get it. But sometimes it just happens. It's okay though. Today, I'm gonna play some Project Silverfish, right? So last night, actually, fun fact that last night I played a little bit before I go EP, right? I was cheating my balls off. I was absolutely cheating to the point where I'm indestructible, right? I'm not enabling God mode by using the cheat shop. I'm not gonna say what the input for to the cheat shop is. I'm not gonna say it. I don't want to spoil it, right? But I was cheating like there's no tomorrow, and it was fun as hell. It was actually fun as hell. Oh my god. I had the best gun. I had infinite ether. I have infinite luft balloons. I have infinite fucking carry weight. I still die though. Right? Shit's hard, but it's really fun to cheat. I'm not gonna cheat on my like on stream playthrough no, but off stream I'll cheat my balls off. Fuck yeah. Hi Dragon Colony. What? Kobo? Oh yeah, Kobo become mama? Oh no. I don't know if Kobo is viable to become mama, but maybe. No, I don't have egg. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong one. This one, okay. Open up this one, close this one, boom, okay. Oh yeah, another, oh, wait, no, this is not the one, but a side note, no. Recently I stopped drinking coffee again. Right, I stopped drinking coffee again. I feel like because my, ooh, that's kind of loud. Oh, you guys gonna hear it, okay, thank goodness. And then capture, okay, there we go. Kobo have egg? I don't have any. That's why I don't think I qualify as Kobo Mama. Okay, let me turn down the sound. Because when I'm playing with speakers, the volume is super duper low. I want... Okay, let's have 0.1. No. Look at the armor that I have. Oh my god. I'm cheating the balls off. Holy shit, right? I am absolutely a cheater in my off-stream playthrough, but holy fuck, is it fun though? Look at the gun, look at the armor. I'm a protogen at this point. Well, if I want Kobo Mama, I guess I could be a Kobo Mama, but I can't do much of a responsible mama thing. Look at the pufferfish, oh my god, Mecha Lizard, I know, right? Yeah, this is the one that I'm absolutely cheating on. And then this is my normal playthrough, this is my first playthrough, second playthrough, off stream this one. But this is the current one. I already forgot what I'm trying to do. I remember stopping at Lone Wolf Saloon, yeah. So, slums time, I guess? What are we gonna do? We are going to do... Oh yeah, we found the spread note, I think. We found spread note. Oh, right. It's this one. So, Crossroads Dungeon. I remember this one. This is like my first ever dungeon that I found. I'm very fond of it. I'm already schizo. Oh, wow. Don't worry about it. Oh, I have this. Oh, I'm using this. Wait, this one has scope? Oh, this one zooms in. Okay, yeah, of course. I need a scope that can zoom in because I have no eyesight. I have this one, Stellarite Scapula. Sounds very nice. Lots of keys. Very heavy. It's fine. And I had a bunch of spray paint. A bunch of spray paint on insurrectionists. I hope I can have more
Nothing
spray
out here
paint.
but nightmares. I'm not seeing shit.
Hey, farewell. Good evening. Good evening.
Looking forward to it.
What now? What are you looking at?
We have leftovers. I think we have too much wiki on hand. Do we need to sleep? Or do we stay like this for a bit? Too much bullet, I think. I don't think I can use that much. We're gonna spare some weight here. I'm keeping the gun just in case I can find someone to trade with. So what we're gonna do today, we are going to... Do we do kill spread? I guess we can go to that. Yeah, we can go to that Paladin Brandy. You see the rest? Oh, it's in Metropole. Paladin Brandy is in Metropole. Notes. Gold Rush. Develop back from Magpie to Big Iron. Oh yeah, should we go find Big Iron first? I think I like that. I haven't been to Big Iron at all, and I have my Beetle here, even though I already have this one, which is like a really good pistol. And it's a breaky laser sight color. Oh yeah, I was gambling. Oh. Good luck with that. Yeah, thank you. Oh, I was buying a bunch of drinks, right? I don't know if I want to sell these for money, honestly. I would rather use them to trade.
Interesting.
Yeah. Let's go find Big Iron. So we have to go South Bend, right? We are in... Oh my god, that's so far. We are in slums. A straight line would do. Slums to Depot to Crossroads to Goldwood and then to South Bend. Right, here we go. It's gonna be a long journey, but I think we can do it. I'm scared. There's gonna be so much shit going on in slums. Is it nighttime or morning? Why is it nighttime? Oh, there's already someone there. Whoa. How are you? Fuck. Too early. Too early. Too early. I'm not ready for this. Alright, who's there? Hostile? Why are you aiming a gun at me? Yeah, slum's fun. That's what you get, stupid. I'm alive. We love slums, we love slums. We are happy family. I kill all the lizards. Normal slums gameplay. You were here, I think I heard you. We love slums, I can't see shit. I'm just shooting at light source. Ooh, that's a cool gun. But I'm already too heavy, so let's not grab too many guns here. Whoa. CQC? Flashlight muzzle brake 4 grip. So I heard something. Yeah, like hacking some good shit. Bullet wise still looking good.
Hold on. Help!
That's what you get. I'm the fastest gunner in the west. In the east, actually. Oh, fuck. Ugh, I hate those things. I need to open the light so that I can see where the anomaly is. Yeah, it extends over there. I might have to abandon that loot, actually. But I sure as hell don't want to. Was that guy fine in the anomaly? Okay. Where the Where am I? Oh, what? Wait, secret? Oh my god, I found secret. No way. Oh, yo, where am I? Green line. Okay, wait a minute. Should I be here? Chat, I'm scared. Chat. Chat. Chat, I'm scared. Yo, should I be here? I probably shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't? Question mark? But I kind of want to be here. I want to see what this place is. You know what? Fuck it. I'm doing it. Let's not duck anymore because I'm already using flashlight. I'm not gonna catch people off guard with this, right? Ooh. Oh, that's my own footstep. Okay. Oh my god, why am I going down again? Ooh. Hi, 3. Oh, car? Wait, is this a subway? Is Green Line subway? Top 3 is doing it. Oh my god. Wait, is this like a radiation? Oh, I thought if radiation... I thought if radiation resistance. Oh no. Can I even be here? I need some radiation resistance for this. Shit. Which I don't have any. I'm relatively sure it's radiation. It's fine, let's get back for now. I need some good radiation resistance. Doing good things, about to have lunch soon? Heck yeah, lunch good. I love food. Food good. Food very good. Food. Food is so good. Oh my god. I love food. Okay, back to Swarm's gameplay, I guess. How do I even get back? I'll get to... from slums to depot, right? If I'm at Lone Wolf Saloon... So... to depot? I went straight. It's a really fast gun. Oh, it's a 3-round burst at 1200 RPM. That's really good. You don't have flashlight? Alright, where's that shotgunner? They died, I think. Yeah, that's what you get. You like my fire? I'm a combustive kobold. Hi, malicious magpie. Those slums are just full of Scavengers? I am absolutely tanky too, holy shit. Shiny. Those are explosions shiny. I like when explosion doesn't happen on my face. That's clock. Oh, that's a clock noise. Oh my god, it's so scary. Loot. I wonder who's the real scavenger opening up everything just to take some loot. That's a lone wolf. Okay, so wait a second, right? We stay here for a bit. So lone wolf is here. I have to turn left at some point because pointing down right is left, left is right. At some point I have to turn left somewhere. I think that's how I see it, question mark? Oh wait, it's upstairs. Of course, I forgot. I have to go upstairs somewhere. I remember there's like a train station somewhere. Let's not be too ambitious with my flashlight. Even though I like to see things around me. It's such a scary thing, like when I can see well, they can know where I am constantly. It's like such a big trade-off. But then again, it's fair. Like it's a big flashlight. Yeah, okay, upstairs. I think one of them leads to depot, which I'm not too sure. Ooh, yeah. Someone's getting lightning striked. Some unlucky lizards getting getting thunder striked. Starstruck. I think there's depot. Nice, we found it. Okay, that's a. Oh my god, that's a motherfucking wraith. Really? No. Oh no, it's a wraith. I don't. I mean, I have some gun that I can use, but to fight wraith with my current arsenal, I could run around and kill it. I have 9 medkit. I might be able to fight it. My speed is at 108%. I might not be able to outrun that then. Let's avoid for now. As much as I like to fight the thing and get the core and sell it to broker, no. With my current setup, I think it's best to avoid. NFTA? Why look at me for? That's right. I'm a gamer now. I'm a gamer ball. Not gay. Maybe. I can be gay but like, I'm trying to get them. Who? Where? What? Who? Where? What? Who? Who shot at me? I will get you because I'm a kobold. You dare shoot at a looting kobold? That's rude as hell. Must be outside. I guess their arsenal is still pretty bad. They don't have any flashlights equipped. We're getting dog tags. For what? I have no idea. But I'm getting them anyway. I feel rather energetic. And it's ironic because I didn't drink any coffee today. And I feel energetic. That's how I know that I drink way too much coffee for the past few years, or months actually. Too much. So I'm trying to cut down on caffeine consumption, and I think it's kind of helping. And I'm glad that it's helping. Vandalism. Wait, I'm keeping the spray paint. I want to use it for the insurrectionist trader. Oh my god, this kid fucking me. Oh. Also, when I was playing on my cheat, I realized that these things are locked. I thought I have something to open it on this account, but I guess not. Connect. So we're going to Crossroads, we're going to Goldwood Forest, and then... Got tail. Oh, you're good, you're good. Nice, kid. Wraith. Run! I don't want to deal with that. I love how the flashlight is like blaringly bright, and then the dark is pitch black dark. What a contrast. Honestly, it's kind of what makes this game amazing. Right? No, I don't think there's a game that... I mean, not a lot of games that is like brave enough to just be like, oh, let night be actual like nighttime, where it's like pitch black without any proper light source, right? Because honestly, we live in a modern society where there's lights everywhere, so we don't really have we don't really experience any pitch black anywhere. And this game is like, yeah, it's realistic. No proper light source, you're just gonna be pitch black, other than like natural light source that is the moon. But yeah, this is pretty much what the moon does. It gives a tiny bit of light source, that's pretty much it. To me personally, I think that's kind of cool. I kinda like it. I mean, sure, it makes like me not able to see anything all the time, most of the time. I'm okay with this. It's like what nighttime's supposed to be. Hunger? Oh my god, it's dropping so fast. Honestly, playing on that cheat account makes me feel a little bit more ballsy, a little bit more brave. I'll still panic, but I can take gunshot. I can take gunfights now without running away constantly. It gives me like a false sense of bravery. I mean, just now that slums play was kind of cool though. Like I was fighting them. What's going on? Why did the anomaly keeps kicking off? Goldwood Forest is there. Should I stop by? I'm gonna stop by Observatory for a bit. Just so that I can trade. I mean, the duffel bag is heavy, but the gun is even more heavy. Well, not really, but the gun contributes to the weight. Hello.
It's in here somewhere. Someone's in a hurry. Let's move.
You're taking my shit!
What are
I'm
you
gonna
looking
kill
at?
you. I'm taking that. You hate that. Ooh, that's too much. Maybe I can give some bullet. I can give you this. Maybe this. You want this? Oh my god, you want so much. You're so greedy. What the heck? Okay, fine, I'll give you that silent assassin. No.
Maybe next time. Got it.
Oh my god. Nice. Let's stop by and trade for a bit. Doc must be missing science team. I think I know about that one. Do you not change your inventory?
Hello there. Gotcha.
I think I'm the best at my current like armor, so I don't need to like look too much into the armor right now.
Oh, hello. Gross. Sorry, I can't help.
Ooh, that's a cool helmet though. Sturdy helmet with a thick pixie glass face shield, includes full HUD and tech light. Whoa. I'm using this one? Yeah, I'm using this one. Is it a sniper? It's a sniper. I think I have one sniper. Let me check. If I don't have one sniper, I might want to like exchange one. Or wait, I'm not supposed to trade the gun out. I was trying out this gun and it's really good, so putting it back. I'm storing it. I'm not gonna trade it. We have a few other things that we can use to trade, so... Hi, Roxas. What's that emote? Just doing the 67 thing? I don't know what that is.
Hello.
This one is good.
What are you looking at?
Hi.
Ooh, I want this. What's poppin', fam? Nothing much, FR. How do you speak Gen Z? I only know about bet. Bet. You look snatch? I actually don't know what that means. $25K money? Oh yeah, I already seen this. West Pier Refinery key card. What? Wait, isn't that like the NFTA area? Should I buy it? It's 2K. Let PDO2 key card? Instruction orders. Test drill memo. Just say 67 and move on, I guess. It's the hip thing that the kids are into these days, I think. Even my nephew has been saying like 6'7". I don't know what that means. It's like, okay, 6'7", okay. What do you want me to do? I don't know, it's 6'7". Depot employee ID card. I have that. NAP E206. RG East key card. So I done with these two key cards. I'm buying them. Thank you. It's this generation's 420 or 69. Even 420 and 69 means something. 420 Blaze, it's like smoking weed or some shit. 69 is just like funny position and number. Alright. Alright. 667 is like, I don't know what that's supposed to be. You need to do a gift of you in your suit doing 6'7". No thank you. I don't wanna. I'm too heavy though. A pipe bomb is so heavy? I should trade them out. Oh my god, yes please. Really? I mean, I guess I can do... That's a +1. Any more people +1? 加一. Getting a bunch of med kits, which is really nice. Lizard.
Hello. Another time.
I want to see what low mental can do to a gameplay.
Maybe next time.
Oh, frog. I mean, I guess I could do it as like a goal or something to do. You know, like I put on a coffee goal. I put on a coffee goal. It's like reach this goal and then you will get 6'7". And then all the kids like, oh my god, 6'7", wow. And then just like throw 100,000. No, I'm joking, don't do that. What is this gun? High precision combat rifle used by many EDP 445 member states. 980 muzzle velocity. That's stronger. .45 cal. Oh, long barrel. Long barrel scope laser sight. Quick 2-round burst. I don't like the 2-round burst thing. Medium plate armor. That feels like a really strong gun. You can't low mental onto this brain rot. brain rot is in. I mean, 6-7 is one of them, right? It feels so weird saying the number 6-7, even though I still don't know what it means. I mean, basically means nothing. Just a funny number that literally means nothing. You do have some mental damage right now? Yeah, like, my character is like looking back constantly. It's like, oh shit, something's behind me. I want to see what would change. I think last time the metal damage didn't really change the gameplay as much, I feel like. Unless it did. Or unless it's doing some mental damage thing that I don't know what's going on. Only trying to go to Goldwood Forest. Don't kill me. Aye? Everyone just constantly of saying 6 to 7 something. I mean, it's literally the next number of 6. So, like, what can they do? We're not saying 6 and then 8. That's not how numbers work. And 5 to 6 is normal. That's not lying. 6 to 7 times. Yeah, I mean, again, that's how numbers work. Mushroom. Haven't seen a gold mushroom in a while. Okay, so we're going to Insurrection base again. Are we gonna go on a killing spree once more?
Get that fucker.
Ooh, they're not using a one down. That's a rave, that's a rave, what the fuck? Oh! You wanna fight? I think the rave wanna fight. Okay, I can outrun it, kinda. I missed every shot. Let's go. What the? Where'd you come from? Yeah, help me fight that thing. Come on. Oh my god. Okay, we still have some bullet left. That was nasty. Nice shot, asshole. Oh, there's two of them. Oh, you have the really good stuff. What the heck? Hollow sight and suppressor. And suppressor? 685 ms. What? The muzzle velocity suck. Do we have angels now? Hmm. Weird, but there's no fog though. Nice shotgun shot. Got him. Wow, I'm really good. Few seconds on top. Shoot again. I need to know where you are. There we go, ghosties. Oh, that's what the mental does? I guess for other people I'm shooting at nothing. Oh my god. Should be nearby. That's one thing it can do? Okay, I'm not gonna fix my own mantle currently. I want to see what else it can do. It's so cool. What is this shotgun? Oh my god, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Oh my god. That looks so cute too. It's like, what? Up, left, down, right? A, A, B, B, L, R. Start, select. That should be most of them, I think. I'm so glad I have this gun. This one's really good. Shotgun here. Breen! Oh my god. Hi, Shanak. Welcome, Breen. I feel more brave now. Where'd they come from? Sorry, I didn't say hi yesterday, just asked the question I did. No, it's all good, it's all good. Don't be sorry, that's fine in my book. It was a very interesting question as well. You know, like Malaysia mentioned. Still, hope Brain is doing good. How did they spawn here? What? There's no stage transition. Place I work from has people all over the place. That's so heckin' cool. Look, Breen, my mental is so low in game. I'm looking over the place. I want to see what else animation that this game has. And crazy Kobo? Kobo is gonna get so crazy. I'm gonna shoot at nothing. Can 306 shoot that far? No way. What are they shooting at though? They, I only saw 2 of them. I guess we can go now. I gotta become a cooked Kobo. Or not, okay. Ooh. And give me your bullet. Oh. I'm not gonna engage, I'll wait for them to come here. Out of order. Told you to come back. I may be crazy, but I can still read people's minds. Kind of. Maybe not. That's a pretty crazy thing to say, actually. I feel confident enough to not constantly duck anymore. That's nice. Because I was cheating on another account and I feel like I built a little bit of courage. So if we come from Crossroads to Goldwood, I think if I go straight, keep going straight to go South Bend. Confidence is a crazy thing. Honestly, yeah. This is like a biggest confidence boost I got. Because last night I was playing my another character in Project Silverfish, and I was cheating the fuck out of that like account, right? What character? So I bought the most craziest armor, the craziest gun, the craziest everything, right? The craziest amount of like minus weight gain, something like that. So in short, my character was nearly unkillable, right? Oh, dog. And then I feel more confident just to like take gunfights and stuff. And which in turn makes me feel more confident taking gunfights when playing a normal account. And that confidence paid off a lot too, because I'm winning gunfights non-stop. Like they cannot kill me. I'm so like I'm so good at gunfights now, it's crazy. And I panic a little bit lesser. So yeah, confidence is truly a crazy thing. Oh, is it the trading post guy? It must be. Because I sure heard someone. Maybe a bomb for them would be nice. I did have a lot of pipe bombs, so... What is this? Then the artifact? Ooh. Drift erratically through the air, almost as if it could generate its own lifting force. A high jump? No wonder I feel like I'm floating I'm floating a lot. That's so cool. It's just floating around. Watch this. Pipe bomb. Pipe bomb. Pipe bomb. Pipe bomb. Pipe bomb. Surely that kills, right? Ah, I wonder what happened. Ah, wow. Gee, there was like 10,000 bombs coming your way, huh? Couldn't see that coming. Ooh, rough. Hate to be you. Ooh. Hi, Commander Coyote. Welcome, welcome. I feel like there were like 5 pipe bombs running your way. Jeez. Someone must hate you so much, huh? I can be so mean sometimes, oh my god.
Kobo, 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 Kobo. Kobo, 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 Kobo. Bark, you are a good girl.
Oh.
Pat, 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 pat.
I had to. Those are mildly infuriating. Mildly. Wait. Oh, I jumped so high up now, crazy. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you coming my way? I'm getting juked. I'm getting absolutely juked. Get fucked. I'm not fighting against you. You dare shoot at me? Also, hi Evie. That's what you get. Oh, you're still here. Free. That was free. Hi? Oh. Eat the robots. Oh, your guns didn't drop? Oh. They had a busy night. Or day. I don't know. That long range shot was freaking impressive. Jeez. Honestly, that was a partially lucky shot. I kind of flicked in there. Bullet 124, 108, 146. Oh, okay. So yeah, confidence is a crazy thing. But there's no way to go left. Is this South Bend? I don't think this is South Bend. There. Oh, unless it's following this railroad. I assume the red line means railroad. Yeah, it has to be. Okay, okay. That makes a lot of sense then. Kobo gets skills, it's all skills. No, no, no. Fuck! I'm not scared. Spawn out of nowhere, that little shit. That pick was so loud. Holy shit. Whole jump scare. I jumped. Hey, where's South Bend? First time here. Oh, is it getting nighttime? Oh no. Nighttime in South Bend. I have to open up lights again? Oh no. Who do we meet is South Bend? What forces are we gonna meet is the question. Guess we'll know. Gonna go explore a little bit. I have to find Big Iron too. I don't know where Big Iron is. Was it another hog? Ooh, neat. Ooh, that looks like a big building. This is what you get! Wiki. Mushrooms are nice, especially the yellow, the red with the white dot one. They feel tingly. And I might fall asleep for a long time. For clarity's sake, don't eat red cap with white dot mushrooms. I don't see mushrooms as much. Even I know that's extremely poisonous. Deadly poisonous even. What's that sound? That sound was unrecognizable. No, it is a dirt noise. Dragon. Mini wiki. Wiki. Friendly Montino? I know, right? I wanna get smooched by a Montino. I'm gonna go. It's movie night. Good night, all. Night, night, Sally. Have a good movie night. Thanks for stopping by. Is it weird that I don't like movies as much? Sometimes I want to like maybe do a watch party together, but then it's like I don't know what to watch because I don't really like movies as much. It's like more vandalism. The game is being really nice to me. I'm keeping all the vandalism for the insurrectionist trader in Lone Wolf Saloon, so that guy's gonna get painted all over. Which I'm pretty sure that's not gonna get taken out of context. Why does it feel like there's no enemies here? Question mark. Oh, that's M35, I think. I rarely watch movies unless it's recommended by a friend. Yeah, that, and also the movie has dragons that I see. Dungeon? Okay. Okay. Never mind, no dungeon. 150, 116, okay. Oh, it's the anomaly. Okay. It's that robot again. I don't even know what that means. I guess it's just there crying. Ow! NFTA is here? They look cracked. What? My god, NFTAs are everywhere. It's another crazy shotgun. But I cannot take it anymore because I'm like too heavy. Are you oh my god, you're a sniper. Excuse me. Oh, food. I like food. I need food. I have increased hunger rate drain. That water looks crazy. I don't think I've been to South Bend before. Or have I? I don't remember. Look. Kobo, Kobo, Kobo. I'm hearing footsteps and I don't like it. more food. Hmm? Did the yip not work? That's just me following you around. Wait, let me check.
Yep.
Oh, no, there we go, it works.
Today.
I guess the first one just didn't work for some reason. If there's a shop, there should be a door that's accessible. Yep. Hollow sight and suppressor. 685. Oh yeah, it's only 685, but it costs so much money. I would think. Yep. Oh. Thank you. Oh. 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 My god, they can be there. What? Them climbing up there is crazy. What? Sniper? Signal flare? Oh, we can throw it at the Goldwood Forest again. Some Skittles. I can eat some, but not too much. Skittles is like the sugar sweet, right? That must be why people use sniper. Let's try to find big iron quick. Because the duffel bag is so heavy. I think that particular duffel bag is like 10 kilogram. I'm fairly certain it's not around here. Let's try to move around a little bit. Bully. So it's easy enough that if I want to go back, I just follow the railroad. Yeah. Nice more meat. So South Bend is NFTA's area, huh? Ooh, more spray can. There's so much NFTA area. I'm opening up the lights, fuck it. It's so weird that... Okay, my crouch walking is faster than me normally walking. That's crazy. Uh-oh. Gun shoots. Hopefully there's someone to trade with. Oh, that's cool as fuck. What? No. That has to be a mental thing. That's cool as fuck. Holy shit. What? I was shooting at the mannequin. Look, there's blood. But then it's actually just a mannequin. Oh, that's so fucked up. I love it. Damn. Wait, playing with low mental is so fun actually? Holy fuck. Okay. Oh my god, I'm gushing. That's so fucking cool. Might be the best game ever. Holy shit. I love that so much. It makes you second guess yourself, but I was too sure, so I didn't second guess myself. Oh my god. It's so cool. Couple gold. Oh my goodness. Hello. Oh, green's faster. Thank you, Breen and Evie. Thank you. Also, welcome in, Raiders. Hope that knock was fun. Welcome. I'm Tiara. I'm a couple. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Hi, Devin. Beautiful raider creatures. They are beautiful. Look at that couple. I just had the craziest interaction in the game. I was shooting at an NFTA robot, which I thought it was an NFTA robot, and then when it dies, it became a mannequin. So in reality, I'm just shooting at the mannequin. Look! Look! No! What? Damn! It happened again. It happened again. Shit, that's cool as fuck. Oh my god. You sure not going crazy? I'm not. I'm sure. Yeah. Oh, I might be actually. I'm a little bit worried that... they might put like a friendly as a mannequin. Or like friendly as an enemy. If Series actually implemented that as a crazy mechanic, there'll be so infinitely many kinds of amazingly fucked up. It already is, no? I was shooting at an enemy. But it's a mannequin. I'm going insane. I'm not. Okay, this one's real. I mean, it tried to shoot at me. Where's the shop? There's no indication to where the shop is. Unless it's Amerto Picono. I don't know what that is. What's Amerto Picono? Timetable. I'm so heavy. Could it be here? Shop maybe? No shop? I need more spray paint. I can almost guarantee that's a fake one. Watch this. Okay, I'm going insane actually. Chat, am I cooked? Chat, am I cooked? I think I'm cooked. My brain is so cooked. I'm so cooked actually. Oh no. I'm getting fucked up. I'm getting absolutely messed up. Oh no. Ooh, what is this place? Lockers and loot? I should be getting flares, I guess. Or not too much. Flares are kinda heavy. No loot? Wait, it's more spray can. I only got scared a little bit. Oh yeah, if you need any post-stream care, like Kobo Gold, be sure to do them. It's very important. Post-stream care, good. I'm so excited to like lower my mental more to see what kind of fucked up things that the game's gonna do. It's so cool. Oh my god. But then what's not cool is that I cannot find the shop. Am I not searching thoroughly enough? I guess not, but still. I'm taking too many things. But it's never enough things though. A hint? A hint? I guess a hint is fine, yeah. What do you have for the hint? And surely it's in South Bend. He's in the building? Okay. Got it, boss. Got it. Building, huh? So, I mean, I'm not seeing any building here. That's why I'm heading back. I think I've been there. In the building. Let's check every building possible. It's crazy standing walking is slower than crouch walking. Oh, this is so cool. Oh my god. Dang, I got it twice too. I mean, that's one I can enter. You waltzing around with your flashlight on, being so bold and just groping out in the dark not to get shot at. Confidence is a crazy thing. Like, I mean, I want to look at the things around South Bend, so it's also why I've been... Oh, this has to be it. Yeah, I want to see what's going on, so that's why. Yo, we found it. Okay, okay. I was so close too. What? I want to see things, so I'm keeping my flashlight on. And funny enough, I think me with my flashlight on has more of a fighting chance than not having it on, actually. Because the AI will always know where I am, even though I'm in the complete dark, so might as well. Ooh, look at your belly. What you need? Let's talk about work. I have this one. Test of loyalty? What is that sound?
Unless your mayor turns over the entire funds of the city treasury, power plants, firehouses, and all municipal buildings will be next. Take heed. This is your last warning.
What are the authorities going to do about this, Mr. Mayor?
Buy some ammo?
Won't be intimidated by criminal threats. Law and
Oh my
order
god,
must
any
and will
ammo?
prevail.
That's a cool helmet. Study with a thick plexiglass face shield used by riot control police forces of the NFTA. How is this more expensive than one I have? Jeez, that was so loud suddenly. My helmet is way better. This one suck. You're trying to scam. Can you upgrade a weapon for me? Ooh. Oh, upgrade. That's all. That's how you get these guns. Wait, what? After the music, it's the TV noises. Wow. Oh, that's how you use the toolkit as well. Gorilla. Oh hey, it's Nighthawk. A CQC. Army Luck. Long Barrel Venator. Oh, this is the one that I have. The multi-tool. Underbarrel Loki? Boys and shotgun with underbarrel Loki. What's a Loki? Drag V. Night Watch. Massive 100 round magazine. Reflex sight and floodlight. Floodlight? Oh, I have this one. Tactical TKS. Fitted with digital scope and suppressor. You cost 2400? From 200 to 2400 is crazy. Isn't this the one that I'm using? Chiron. And this one. Wow. I'm missing a little chat. Okay, wait. Pay close attention to the symbol next to the job. That one was the insurrectionist quest, I think. Custom stuff you can see right now, unless you have the weapons with you for your information. Learn it the hard way. Turn the coil gun into legit the best single shot silences weapon in the game. Instead of every outget either, there's no Type 18C Spectre. I don't know what that is. Multi-tool? Shotgun with an underbarrel shotgun? Double shotgun? Heck yeah. Wanna play if you've load one shotgun with slugs, the other with incendiary? Surprises are fucking incredible, that's why. Enemies are left second guessing so hard. Oh. Maybe I should consider using more suppressors. Both of my weapon doesn't have suppressor, right? Yeah, no. So this one is good then because of suppressor. I should probably give it a try. How good is a hollow sight? Do you have like a zoom in? You suck. I need my zoom in scope. 18C is my favorite guy in the game. Suppressed long range scope, 4 grip, 556, 66 RPM, mag of 24. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to point it at you.
The scientists and their band of tireless workers succeed in removing the mammoth creature from the frozen pit. The ice-encased monster is loaded into the hold of a huge freighter equipped with a special refrigeration plant and brought to this country.
1200.
Specially constructed wing of the Museum of Natural Science, this awe-inspiring creature is displayed to the public for the first time.
I feel I'm too heavy. And I feel like your ammo is too expensive. Barely... Barely has any kick, any punches like hell. Ooh. The guns are too heavy. You know what? I'm gonna sell them. It's too heavy. There, okay, it's better now. That bridge... Is it time? Like 15 SMG, 18 assault rifle. I think it's time to do the dead bridge shit. It's time to destroy the NFTA operations, I guess.
Yep.
Yep. Oh shit. Oh, oops. I'm so strong. I'm so sorry. Here, have your TV back. I was trying to, like, yeah, I'm trying to do this. I'm holding G. Alright, we good. Little Kobo on her way to blow Area 51. Exactly. Oh, hey, it's morning. I'm still very... not well. meat. I got so much meat. Oh, Ash. Hi, Ash. She needs a kobold escort, at least suppressing fire from a kobold machine gun post. Yeah. Who was talking?
Well, here goes nothing.
Sounds very close. Oh. Are you guys trying to get the mushroom? I'm
All
sorry,
right.
but these are mine. Alright, on your way. Don't steal my mushroom.
Hello there. Another time.
Oh, Ash is doing good. And kobold friend. And kobold friend.
Let's move. Someone's in a hurry.
Ooh, bullet. You don't like this bullet? I like it.
It's in here somewhere.
Next time.
Hello there.
Another time.
Lone freelancer? Ash, okay, it's a flying visit as work is about to start. Oh, it's okay. I hope. And Ash, good luck with work. Yeah, words are kinda hard, but good luck with work later.
Hello.
Ooh, I want this. See, I'm buying all this gas grenade. I have a thing that I want to try. And I think it's gonna be fun. It's time to gas the NFTA a question.
Whatever.
What is that sound? What the heck was that?
Doesn't look right.
Another time.
Thank you. Whoa. I wouldn't mind work if it was to help with the couple. Dragons I can take them or leave them, but couple need the support. I want dragon.
Not looking good.
And kobold and more dragon. I might be the weird kobold who wants to simp every kobold and dragons out there. I just love them, I couldn't help it. There's something on top? No, it's just okay. I guess it's time to head back. So we head back to Crossroads and then we can go that bridge. But I want to prepare something first. I need to bring my own like grenade launcher. Here we go. I think I'm the only combo who isn't completely obsessed with Dirk. No, there's two that I can think of. You and Zeal. I think Zeal is also like not obsessed with Dragon. Alright, we're gonna be here and killing Insurrection again. Because why not? Why not? Oh wait, I have the blue signal flare. and require assistance. Whee! Here they come. I don't think I want to join the fray. It's kind of scary. I'm going in either way. Oh, they have the good stuff though. Holy shit. Carnage. That's the training post one. Ooh. It got destroyed. Ooh. Thanks for the dog tags. Where? What? That's what you get. I'm trying to hide behind the Pajero. Dum dum. It's 2 for 2 where Kobo was lucky with a long range snapshot. You can only be so lucky. Oh, did I hit that again? Little Kobo committing some false flag operations. It's just Kobo things. Don't worry about it. This is Kobo shenanigan. Whoa.
What you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better eat for me for the next 2 minutes.
Wait. I can do the broken English because they all suck. They all so bad, hiya. Look at them running at me for what? They die only, hiya. I'm actually kind of surprised how they don't really have like a good gun against me. I feel like we're already in some sort of a mid game already, yeah. But then they still using like oh, they still using like less than 100 money gun, eh? Kind of weird, but eh. They no money. I have too much money in game. In game. Thank for dog tag. I like dog tag. I still don't know what the dog tag is for lah, but it's okay. Just grab the dog tag first. Maybe later I know what to do. Then I'm gonna be rich with dog tag already, no. I love how I'm just getting free loot here. It's like, free loot. Can try paying off your debt, but I want money. Take my money. I don't want to give them money. The debt is like trying to pay for broker, huh? Or is it to pay for someone else? I never realized that range could be really good defense, no. But now that I know, it's pretty neat. If you stay long enough, they cannot really shoot at you, lah. So that is like really good to know. And it respawned. Look at free money. I mean, free money is one thing lah, but I saw
Fat, I cannot move anymore. Hi. So fat until cannot move. Die no. I think the gun is worth it now. The gun here is worth it. Who the f... Is the black circle moving? What the fuck? The black circle moving? Walao, cheating. Wow. I almost died. The black circle cheating. Hiya, what I do? I think I throw one away. No, I throw the gun away lah. I think the game is making me schizo already. I hear footsteps but I don't see anyone. Die now, not like this. How? My walking speed is so fast, so crazy. Watch the shot. No way! Oh! The D06 headshot feels so good actually. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it now. There we go. Chat, I'm too fat. Help. Give me your bullet. Oh yeah. Wasn't there like this anomaly here? Yep, it says here. I see it. That's a crazy standing gun. What the heck? TRCC TR77F HCR. Round clip so you suffer less recoil, extreme power scope and full auto 3006 with 16 round mag. Low longevity obviously, but if anything survives those 16 rounds, you really should not be staring that long at it. What if I missed all 16 rounds though? That's a possibility, no? need to bust out my high from time to time. Shouldn't be staying that long, and if you whiff that many shots, you know what? True. If I whiff that many shots, it could be Wraith. But I killed the Wraith just now, which I feel pretty good about. I don't see you. How are you seeing me? Whoa! Elite? What? Okay, I shouldn't be looking down with them that much. God damn it, I have to play again. No, my progress. Fucking Elite Ranger, what? They have a sniper that lands every shot? To be fair, they were aiming a lot of the time, so. If you stare something down too long, they do get more and more accurate. Yeah, well, I mean, that, and also they landed all 3 shots with the sniper. So, you know what? Death is kind of warranted like that. I need help. The sequel. Is something so mistakes or you shouldn't be looking at anymore? You should be ducking back, recovering and reloading? Yeah. What the hell? There's so many people. You shoot at me for what? Get out here. It's too far. Bug. There's a short gunfight. What happened? Get legged and body. Oh shit. No, why is that thing there? Hi. Back here. I'm gonna get shot at. Ooh, the good one. Damn, these NFTs are really good shots. I'm not gonna aim for head anymore. I'm just gonna make them if they're gonna be like so close to me. I like this gun even more now. Holy shit! Is that molasses? Oh, it's K and Peach eating it. Okay, so there's going to be like an elite spawning soon over there. I need to really land my shots. Oh yeah, I tried to get stuff over there as well. Second floor. There shouldn't be anyone in the trading post anymore. So they spawn there. That much I know. Oh, there's so many 250s? 1 kilogram for 600. This one is pretty worth it. 4 kilogram for 1300 is fine-ish, I guess. But I'm also getting pretty heavy here. Look at. Alright, let's not get too much. See if they spawn yet. Oh wait, someone is gonna spawn somewhere else. Here. No, not here. There. Oh, it's an anomaly. I'm pretty sure someone's gonna spawn here, like 2 teams of insurrectionists. Guess it's not a guarantee spawn. Although we have this in state. Feels like there's one more. Oh. I still don't know what that normally does, other than just like messing with your aim, I guess. I think we should prepare for the dead bridge. We prepare for the dead bridge and then... Should we go even more north? Oh, good job. Good shit. Good shit, Burton. Don't hit me. I got an actual venison out of that. That's loot that I want. I want loot. Let's get back. There was an extremely loud crunching noise. What was that? Oh, wait. Maybe the random noises are also mental? Mental damage thing? Ooh, I mean, maybe? I'm not sure, but it sure feels like it. I'm relatively certain that there wasn't anything that could cause that noise. Because I just spawned in. I want to see more of that mannequin stuff. It's like the coolest thing ever. Holy shit. That one got my heart pumping. Is it cutie? Why did my cutie alert go off? Hmm? Cutie alert? Wait, actually, did I forget to do the Discord thing?
Boo, 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 boo,
No, it's
boo,
there.
boo, 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 bo, 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 bo.
Boo boo ba 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 ba.
Oh,
Boo boo ba ba. Hi, me. Welcome, welcome, friend, friend. Oh my god, oh my god. I saw it. There was the cutie alert. Wait, wait. I will go. Wait, wait. Oh, oh. Oh, I got him. Wait, wait. So if I see the ghost, don't shoot them, I guess? Because when I shoot the ghost, my mental goes like really damaged. Like, even further. Over 9,000 kind of damage. Run! It's to my left. It's over there. Are you saying there's two of them? Oh, Cowboy's too thick. Right, let's prepare for the dead bridge kill. There are like turrets that I need to do, so I need sniper, I guess.
Hello? I'm sorry, I can't help.
What are you looking at?
3006 HE? That's explosion, right? Small explosive payload that detonates on impact. Yeah, that sounds really good. I have a lot of things to trade. You can have this. It's not enough.
Gross. Maybe next time.
You got it. See you later.
Oh, hello. What are you looking at?
Lizard. Key number 30. Do I have it? Oh, I have the same one twice. Key number 2. No, number 30. It's mine now.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, jeez. Well, my mental damage is extremely damaged. Let's draw a tarot card. Whee. Wisdom? Both hero... Don't know what that does. Feels like I'm almost finished with the quest line. Or like the quest. It's still pretty heavy. I guess the spray can plus this one is pretty heavy.
I'm in.
Oh my god, you have this scarf helmet. Heads up display, 10% camouflage. Oh, 30% radiation. They can have it.
Whatever.
Someone's in a hurry.
I want to play with grenade launcher. That's why I'm buying all of these like grenade bullets and stuff. I guess if I play grenade launcher, I can just sell all of these. Well, sell with the biggest quotation mark.
I'm sorry, I can't help.
A West Pier refinery keycard. Don't I have that? Yeah, I do. So they can sell keycards here. Key 230. Number 30. Number 2. 4513. My floodlight? I don't think I used the floodlight before. Oh, maybe I have, but I don't know what it looks like. It's the missing science team again. Okay, I'm going to get all your bullets, so I'll give you 2 of these. And you're gonna give me all of these. Okay, maybe not all of that. Like micro frag. Don't need this. Actually, I need that. You know what? Don't need this. I think that's good enough. It's a bad trade value. I want this. Okay. Wait, looking slightly better now. Let's go do one more cleanup. It is a much bigger light than a flashlight or attachment, but it's not usable with weapon or anything. Personally, you wish you could turn them on and then drop them on the ground. Oh, that's a really good idea. I didn't even think about that before, or if at all. I'm gonna rate NFTA places anyway, so I'm gonna store these ones first. I don't think I'm stopping by the saloon anymore. But I'm making all the coil gun bullets. At some point I might be able to use a coil gun, maybe. I just heard that it's really good. I mean, I've been told a lot of times that coil gun is really good. Okay, no EP allowed. 0 hours. Just trying to save. Okay. Still. It's so messed up. Imagine you want to EP, but then you just like lie on the bed for less than 1 minute. No, you make it just alright. Modded by the gun dude, it is amazing.
What now?
Okay, okay. I think this bullet is enough. I guess it's time to raid the refinery. Oh, not the refinery yet, but the dead bridge first. Since I already have a flashlight, we don't need to put flashlight here. Let's change it to a grenade launcher. I think I have one. This one. don't know if I want to use a sniper for this. If I use a sniper and a long barrel Venator, maybe? I feel like a sniper... I might need the sniper to deal with the turrets. Metal jacket? Good balance of kinetic damage and armor penetration. Tungsten tip armor penetrating round. Massive package of buckshot. So this is like a shotgun? Who the fuck? It closed and I cannot interact with it. Nah. Simi? Simi, something's wrong, Simi. 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 The locker just closed on its own and I cannot interact with it. Simi, there's something wrong with this one, Simi. Help. Oh shit. It's not gonna hurt me. Alright, it... What is that sound? That's not me being schizo, right? The fuck is that sound? What is that? What the fuck? I need to look. Fuck it, I'm going out. Alright, I'm bringing my best gun, my pistol. Here we go. Go outside, it'll be fun. Nothing happened in this zone though. I assume I cannot get spotted. I'm gonna assume that I cannot get spotted. I don't think I want to get spotted, honestly. I'm so curious though, what's gonna happen though? But it's so shiny, it's like a dragon. Are you dragon though? Oh! Fire bad. Oh. 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 They're just cleaning house. What the fuck? Whoa. You're so shiny though. Hello. Ooh. Fire bad. That looks familiar. You're a fucking angel. Wait, are you like an actual angel at this time? Oh my god, wait, you are an angel. Well, in this game's angel. Is it real or am I schizo? Oh, hi. Oh, thank goodness you're here, guys. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Sorry, I can't help.
Yo, we have so many good
We've
sheep.
got this.
I guess we're not dead, right? This one is 0.9. Yo, wait, maybe this one is like good value. Plus this. Thank
Next
you.
time.
You can have my shiny. I have my different shiny.
I'll leave.
Who supports Angel
Well,
here?
here goes nothing.
This looks like it's gonna last for a bit. Oh no, it's already ending, I think. Oh no, a new one came in. Like, itching up. This one's like, oh shit, wait, I missed my mark.
Disgusting.
Yeah, I know, right? Weird ass scattered body at the center. Yeah, that's like the angel. You know, like during fog, they look like that. And
It's
also,
in
there's
here
like a
somewhere.
graffiti in Depot that says angel. It looks exactly like that. I would advise against going out right now, actually. But hey, you do you. Good luck.
Follow me.
No. I respectfully decline. Actually, it's fine. Here, I'll follow you. See, it's ending. Right? This is cool as fuck. Oh my god, you're an angel? Kobo sweet talking sounds. What? No, I'm not angel. I'm a gremlin.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Oh. Lamau. Get your ass blasted. I mean, I guess I'm more or less ready, so... Oh. Oh my god, get burned, dum-dum. Congrats, humanity. You made angels real. Too bad y'all are dead. Oh, thank goodness I'm not dead yet. Kobo survives. Instructions are not very bright. Yeah, they are not. Oh my god. I just hit them on the head in the middle. That is crazy. Shit, maybe I'm actually getting better at the game. Alright, back to the usual war zone. They are arguably brighter now being on fire. Oh my god, crazy. You're right though. Is that bad? NFTA, you're dead.
Freeze. Need help. Freeze.
Don't just shout freeze, shoot them. Oh, good job. Thank you, Rafe.
out!
Don't mind me, just looting real quick. These guys are stacked. Oh, we have that, and then we have Wraith. This place is fun. Uh-oh. You're lucky I couldn't fight you because of this. I used too much bullet. Ooh, shiny. There should be a bunch of loot here. Didn't mean to take that. Nice flare, Brotan. No more gunshots, so it should be safe, right? Should be safe. Opening up lights. Help. Just... What? Hiya, why am I playing this game? Oh, it's a rebel. They all died here? Holy shit. Also bullets galore? Oh my god. Well, I mean they died, but thank you for the bullet. Don't know what they died to. Me casually blasting my flashlight with my biggest flashlight possible. Ooh, I didn't get that loot. I wanted. It's gonna hurt. Never mind, I have strong legs. Keep. Also, I just realized. Oi, someone hates your pelvis. Dude. Oh my god, that emote. The hyper emote. Oh, hey, someone's cooking? Hunger's looking fine. Health is looking fine. That was such a cool thing. That new... I assume that's a weather anomaly. That siren noise was different too. It's so fucking cool. So I got a mega shotgun essentially. Anyways, let's go to that center. On that. It's so fucking creepy. I know, but it's also so cool. Give me a second. I'm gonna do something real quick. Yeah. Oh, okay, I'm back. There's so much new things in this game. It's so cool. Holy shit. I mean, sure, like the early game still feels the samey. But then when I'm in like, currently I'm in mid-game, mid-late game I guess. There's so many new things. It's so cool. Holy shit. I love every single one of those. It's like, wow. Okay, so that's the turret. I need to deal with the turret. Last time when I was here, I was just like shooting from here. I didn't do that. Why though? Did they see me or some shit? Okay, so I still aim too high up. That's a hit. That's another hit. Oh shit, they're sending out helicopters. I think I need to land a few more shots so that the turret will be gone.喂，几百面都是，几百吓死人灭机啦！干真是屌妈嗨！不要这样哦，不要这样哦！哇老，我的心脏不符合哦！哇老喂，不要呢！哦，吓死咩？人家在那边 fucking M 着的时候，你给我过来撞我的屁股，真的是哇老吐哦！ L 泼出来给你玩，真是没有话讲。Anyway, I'm back. I didn't get scared. Does it look right? There was a lot of shot hits, I think. There we go. Okay, that's one gone. The problem is the helicopter, right? Helicopter. It's gonna be painful to deal with. I mean, what can I do? I have a mega buckshot. That's pretty much it. I'm hiding in the bush for now. Would have been fun to assault this with the angels above. Oh wait, you're right. Shit, I should have done that. Also, I don't know, but I think I heard some very menacing, very menacing whistling just now. That sounded very far, but that cannot be good. I don't think that can be good. Okay, does a 1306 can deal with a helicopter? I fucking wonder. Should I put a rocket launcher with me? At least let's deal with the turrets, and then we're gonna go bring a rocket launcher. Oh wait, I only have one rocket. Oh no, that's not worth. Maybe sniper. Maybe using a sniper is a good call there. But I didn't bring it, so unfortunate. Where can I shoot the... I think I have to shoot the pilot, which is close to impossible, but I have 200 plus bullets, so maybe it's possible. I have 200 plus bullet now. I just have to land a few hits on the pilot. A few hits is such a joke actually, but hey, you never know. You can shoot that far? Oh, it's the flare gun that's like showing where the enemies are. Are they shoot? What are they? Oh, okay. Ah, this is why it's called that bridge, huh? Okay, so we deal with one turret. This one I feel like it's too far to hit. Nope, that's a hit. That's a hit. Am I missing every shot? Oh, it's too small. I mean, obviously it's too small, but still. That's a shot. That's a hit. There we go. Hi, yeah, that was so hard to hit. It's morning! I shot the turret until morning! Holy shit. Run. In the morning, I think I'm easily spotted by the helicopter. We deal with the turret, I hope they don't respawn. And I need to find a way to deal with the helicopter. Should I just deal with the helicopter with a 3006 bullet? I could try. It is possible, but to land that hit would take a long time. And I might just fail and miss every and whiff every shot until I'm out of bullets. So, I mean, the question is, can I even survive? Right? I could just hide here, where they're trying to shoot it when they're shooting at me. I just don't think it's a good idea. But I need to do it. It's a helicopter. Oh, there we go. That's bad. Do they hurt? Okay, they don't hurt as much. That's very surprising, actually. Hi, Lupo. Has anyone ever been this dumb enough to fight against a helicopter like I am doing right now? Or am I the first one? Okay, they are locked in at me here. Let's change angle. They do hard health though. Can I destroy the fan blade? No way! Oh, it worked! Let's go! Okay! It actually fucking worked! Get shit on, helicopter, stupid. That's so cool. Okay, so we have a shit ton. You know what? No, I don't think I can shoot that far. But I can shoot them at this range. Am I not landing any shot? Let's get closer. Whoa, what? Oh, I'm missing every shot. Wow. Crazy. Get absolutely shit on. I don't even know if I'm hitting anything, but apparently I am. Thank goodness I found that 130/06 bullet stuff. But I feel like I'm wasting too much bullet here. Should I just go in and fight them? They don't have turret anymore, they don't have helicopter anymore. Maybe it's time to get closer and try to fight them. It is extremely risky for me doing this though. I might die and I'm gonna get very angry. But it's the nature of the game, so I can't really say much. Oh my god, this guy just locked in at me. I can't even see. Alright, they went back. 白。鸡拉嘎，你没有声音的是吗？超鸡掰的是，你在吓我。Why is it that pig has no sound and they spawn out of nowhere? What? Fuck the pig, man. Jesus fucking Christ. I swear the pig is gonna make me hate the game. Like, they just appear out of nowhere and makes no sound. And then bite the shit out of your back. It's so fucked up. I swear it's like the only creature in the game that doesn't make any sound. Do what to the pig? The bad kind. The bad kind of fuck. Photography, filming in this area is strictly prohibited. I don't have a camera, you're lucky. Oh, I get a clear shot here. That's one. Okay, that light is one. That's one. Okay, that's down. You're one. Okay, now they're running away. I can barely see, but better than I cannot see anything at all. So you're one, but you're like... There we go. Are you one? Okay, you are. There we go. No one standing anymore? Okay, so there should be a lot more in the base. But we cleared out most of them. So at least that's good. Let's run inside the base and hopefully I don't die. You see 射到它没有办法哦，没有理由啊，就是直接爆出来又没有声音的，然后又做那个火火声音炸我一下，这些没有话讲啊。好像整个 game 就有它就有那个死猪没有声音诶，真的是我吐。Is that sniper? Okay, so we have a sniper here. I might be able to shoot them. Up a little bit. Why is there so much fall off? Nice. I was about to say the dog makes a lot of noise and the third one didn't make a noise at all. Okay, so that's alright. hurt you this time? I'm just farming meat at this point. I think that hit. Nice. So someone is still constantly sounding the alarm. I don't think there's any more enemies. Here's one that's behind the wall. Oh, there's a lot down there. Wow. Oh, okay, so a lot on here. I'm gonna get up here. There's at least 4 that I didn't deal with. Hi, Dan. Oh my god, taken. Wait. How do you get through the automated turrets? They are destroyed. See, they're not moving anymore. I shot them until they break, and then, yeah. I used a shit ton of bullet now, so let's not use any more 3006. Why are they dead? Oh, they're good! What do you mean there's a barbed wire? Yeah, you can. I remember destroying them on my first playthrough using a sniper. Ay. You know, I don't think that's how a deer should look like, but what do I know? You know what I mean? There's a long deer. That's another long deer. What do I know? I'm just a kobold. Oh, dog. Lear. Lear is crazy. Okay, let's get that thigh real quick. Long deer. Cue the jazz. Long. Skip across the river on my playthrough. That works. Long. Oh shit, I didn't realize my leg hurts. Oh, it was from yesterday's badminton. Oh, I can still do it, it's fine. Okay. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Okay. I hope Dan is doing good. Oh. How do you ever say kobold in Chinese? I don't think kobold necessarily has a Chinese name. But through Google Translate, it just says 狗头龙. So, direct literal translation would be dog head dragon. The Chinese version of kobold, I guess. Oh, okay. Need to catch my breath. Oh, wow. Okay. Everything's fine. Alright, if I die now, I will uninstall the game. 28 med kit. If I'm dying, just hide and heal. Oh, these are acid. Oh, no wonder the deer died. in the weirdest fashion possible. That's a poison spitter. Hey, hey, hey. Oi. That's a... Oh yeah, yeah, resistant to acid. Oh no, that's gonna hurt. Oh. Poor dear. Ow, 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 ow. Might be able to take my shots here. How much bullet? Less than 100. Oh. Okay, I'm in range for them to retaliate now, so... The one is still... we have a pussy hiding behind the wall.
Kobo, you missed one. Kobo, right there. Ooh, got you. Good girl, heart.
Wait. Good idea. Oh, there's landmines. This is trying to fight them. Let's eat something and share with the best. Almost step on one before. Oh my god, I didn't even notice landmines. It's too heavy though. Okay, we have good heal. Here we go, I guess. We dealt with the sniper, that's good. Wow. They don't use sniper? We have a chance. They don't hurt too much. So that's a good sign. Take it slow. Try to isolate enemies with angles and shit. Sniper? Okay, yeah, no, don't mess with that. I need a better angle to fight against that sniper. cool. Oh my god, dragon belief in Kobo? I'm gonna try my heckin' best. I'm gonna take it real slow though. So hopefully it's not too boring with the way I try to like play this part. How do I get a better angle at the sniper? It's obviously going to be locked onto me constantly now. Maybe if I climb up here, it's not gonna see me, like they're not gonna see me immediately, I hope. I haven't really checked like up here, so this is scary. What an angle. Well, we got him. Okay. At least no more sniper. Yeah, I told you it's gonna get locked onto me constantly. They know where I am constantly. So, how do we... Here's what I'm gonna do. One HE. Oh, that's really far. Oh, that's really, really far. I didn't notice it could be that far. Okay, let's gas them a question. So, one here. One there. Another one. One in the middle. Oh, that's not the middle. That's kinda bad, no? Is it gonna affect me? That should probably flush some of them out, I hope. Now we wait. Yeah, it's just a mega shotgun. Is there no one else? No way. Or unless they did. They truly got gassed the question. Oh. Wow, the gas lasts a lot longer than I thought. Holy shit. How much poison resistance do I have? Poison 15? Yeah, let's not mess with that gas grenade. Who farted? Not Kobo. Kobo didn't fart. Why so crunchy? Okay. I guess they don't get flushed out. I swear, if there's someone flanking me right now, I call cheats. No one is sounding the alarm anymore. There shouldn't be anyone there. Okay. Base command. I can destroy that, right? This thing? There we go. I mean, it's practically useless to disable that now, but might as well. I just hope no one else is here. I'm relatively sure, or pretty sure that I already cleared up everything here. That's a lie, I didn't. turns out there's one more. Rat. Sorry, I'm just trying to get dog tags. I mean, I know they're NFTAs, but I don't like hitting corpse like this. Oh, sniper? Let's take one. Where's the commander? I think I shot them here, but they're gone. That's a shit ton of bullets. Dragon. Healthy time. Oh, another set. Can I clear this place first before I do the get that thing? I would do it though. I definitely will. Yeah. I kind of want to remember where has I cleared or something. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, number. Wait. Oh. Key 30. That's 002? I have 002. I think I can lockpick them. Oh, hey. That's not a lot of cool stuff. Oh, 50 cal bullet? Ooh. I have music play on really soft. Oh wait, I forgot about their dog tag. I forgot about everyone's dog tag. This is like dog tag haven. I'm still gonna be careful here. I'll sneak as much as possible. Like, I never know if there's going to be like another rat that's just like hiding somewhere, and then me suddenly getting flanked out of nowhere. I don't like that. So I'm gonna be extremely careful here. Bullet. I guess we go to that building. I think that building has been gassed, so we'll see. Armory. The armory is very lackluster, no? Oh, ooh. Is that night vision goggles? Revenant helmet. Night vision? Oh shit, that just got the best helmet in the game? Combat officer helmet. Heads up display, tech light. Oh, they have no like They don't have protection though. Tech rig doesn't look too good. Fitted with a wearable computer and tool pouch. Wrist screen provides a heads-up display. No, I cannot take too much stuff again. Night vision though. Toggle flashlight, like... What? Am I gonna get flanked still? Maybe someone's upstairs? No, if someone's upstairs, I'm already getting shot. 5177? What is 5177? Wow. Okay. I think that's just me going crazy. The gun reload noises. Gun? A rocket. It gives a lot less protection though. 90% poison though? Military infantry helmet used by squad leaders featuring attack leg and scouter. Bears the color patterns of the military while obscuring the wearer's face. So... Disguise is compromised? What do you mean disguise is compromised? I don't know what disguise is compromised mean. Okay, I think I'm safe. I don't think there's any more enemies here, so... I'm gonna pause and I'm gonna do another set of Get That Eye. I must get that eye. I should do something to lose the belly as well. What would be a nice little thing to do to lose like some body weight? Something that I can do, something that's not going to make me jump around because I'm on second floor and my flooring is wood, and it's gonna cause a earthquake if I were to jump around on second floor. Right, anyway. Oh, 2 sets? Okay. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, this plus yesterday's badminton session. Ooh, the good kind of pain. Lots of exercise routines without jumps. Ooh, wait, how come I didn't think about that? Thank you, Lupol. I'll keep that in mind. I'll search it out on YouTube. I need to lose some weight. And Kobo's getting too chunky. Oh, okay. I need to do one more set. One more. Okay, one more set. Here we go. One more, one more. Oh my god. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, 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 hey. Oh my god. Hey, oh. Mm. I need, I need, oh, oh, I need to close the curtain. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Real quick. I'm gonna close this. Ooh, okay. That was nice. That was nice. Alright. Have a out of breath Kobo again. Hope you guys don't mind. Oh, okay. I want to see how night vision looks. Oh, I look crazy. Oh, that feels really good. Oh. Oh my god, they have anti-aircraft. Nice. Do we have loot? What is that? Cobra 81? Combat optic and laser sight. 960. 930? Ooh. Wait, let me try. It is a lot more expensive. A blue laser sight? Blue? Oh my god, that's like a jackpot. I'm using this gun. Ooh. Easy. Test right artifact. It is said that when coming across a stone lantern while traveling, one must always light it for good luck and safe passage. Are you gonna teleport me to a stone lantern? I knew there's something going on. Start doing a workout from a YouTube video 2 times a week or 2 to 3 times a week, 8-minute warm out, 25-minute workout and 5-minute stretches. I can already feel the difference after 2 months. My back doesn't hurt anymore and I'm starting to grow some muscle. Ooh, I should do that too. Inspiring. Oh my god, this is too good. I've been missing out. What the heck? Is it time to go back or maybe continue pushing forward to the north? I'm too heavy though. Hmm? Oh, fuck. I don't remember this happening though. Shit, fuck. I'm hiding, they don't know where I am. Big number? Oh, Bricky! Oh my god, Bricky, thank you! That's schizo noise. More gun. 200 is such a big number. Thank you, Bricky. A reliable 30 cal military rifle. This one is 1500. This one is 1600. My long barrel Venator is way better. Full auto? Oh. I'm too heavy though. I don't need a sniper. I don't need this and I don't need that as well. I'm too heavy. I need to try out how this gun feels, but with the laser sight, I think I like that a lot more. I'm keeping the armor as well. Might be able to use that sometimes. Also, how Preki is doing it. I should drink water. Okay, that was a good stretch. Also, why did I just hear some explosion noise just now? I don't think I like that. Did someone spawn? Hmm? Oh. I don't know what happened to Brecky, but I hope Brecky is feeling better. Night vision is so good. Was that a gunshot noise? Don't think I like that noise. I'm just kind of afraid that someone might be hiding in the corner somewhere. It happened before. Oh my god. Ixen. Draken. Hi, Draken. Fragmentation rocket? Large radius of deadly shrapnel? Large group of soft target. Huh. Hope Ixen is doing good. Draken. Oh, I still need to find a day to play Phasmo with Ixen. Phasmo, and then I still want to bring... Oh yeah, speaking of, I want to bring back Repo someday. I want to bring back Repo. I want to play Phasmo with Ixen. I need to message. I think that's everything, but I'm too heavy now. That's not schizo, is it? Is someone still here? Ah. Le Wraith. Le Wraith suddenly appears. Did you play the first Slay the Spire? I did. It was pretty nice. I played mods. I played the Drifter, and I played the Braixen and the Rat. Yeah, Rat. It's so jank, but it's so fun. There's one more thing I want to check out real quick. Let's get back up. I already collected as much dog tag as possible. 16. I felt like that was 100. And I assume the explosion is the Wraiths doing? Yeah. I just wanna Slay Spire to run with Squabbit as Regen where I just had so much random bullshit going off. I got my ass kicked so much that Squab had to heal me a few times. But once we got rolling, it was out of control. Sounds like Slay the Spire, alright. It happens when I play with Rat as well. Like, Rat was so weak at first, and then once I get the junk build going, it just goes crazy. Requisitions, and then they have nothing? That's a terrible requisition. If I remember correctly, I think there was like a ride that I can use here. Unless I'm done, then there's no. Aha. This is so much easier. Really enjoying the second game. Way more serious than when I played the first game. 2 characters with mixed difficulty unlocked, and I'm working on unlocking for the rest. 67 playtime, 67-hour playtime already? Heck yeah. That sounds like a good time. With Slay the Spire 1, I can hardly... Oh shit. I can hardly win against Ascension 4. It's like hard. I ever want to run with Ironclad and Silent? Whoa. 67 you say? Yeah. 6-7, right? 6-7, they say that? I feel so weird saying that, it just means nothing. Wait, should I use this opportunity to go...
6 7
Go...
6 7 6 7 6
Oh, the stone
7
maze?
6 7 6
6
7
6 7. Silent's so much fun in the second game. Silent is the poison stack hunter thing, right? What's up? 2-shot? Wait a minute. If I'm going back... Oh, it's the refinery. Wait, yeah, let's deal with the refinery one, huh? Refinery, I have to go to slums and then go to refinery. Yeah, we can play that. Let's get back. And also do a save, because if I were to die there, I'm gonna actually shit my pants and cry. No one? There's no way. There has to be someone here. This place is always like the boy. Am I the one with night vision? Or are they the one with night vision?
Night vision makes it so everyone has vision at night, smiley face.
There was laser.
Oh fuck no. It's better to stay hidden.
Oh, you were cultists. That explains a lot. Get fucked. Told you this place is a war zone. Some of them actually have their own night vision though. Yeah, but I'm not seeing it. Like that one? Let me go check what they're wearing. I heard the sound from outside, and then you shoot me from behind? No night vision. This one, no night vision. Absolute cheated, a lot of them. It fucking speaks outside and then shoots behind me. Like, look at the gear. They have no night vision, but they can see where I am. Ooh, book. So if I stay here, they can see me. That makes sense, right? That totally makes sense. Maybe this gun is pretty good. Maybe they can smell the stinky bone? Like, maybe? But I'm not stinky. If they can see the visible laser? Wait. That makes sense. I mean, it's laser. It's so obvious. Shit, I didn't think about that. Close it.
Let's pick it up.
You.
Hi there. Perhaps another time.
Hello.
Are you like the copper wire? Actually, I want your copper wire, but you can take this instead.
Someone's in a hurry.
Someone's in a hurry. Another time.
That's a different sound. I assume that's the schizo monster. That's unfortunately not a thing, which it was though, cause that does make sense. Oh, so they cannot see my laser? My laser is safe. Okay. Now I can look at my blue laser. Look at this. The best laser color in the game. Actually, no. This is the best laser color in the game. Someone's in a hurry. Yeah, walking at 50% speed is in a hurry, I guess. Yeah, also this is the stone lantern. I assume that golden tesseract that I got can teleport me to one of the stone lantern randomly? Or maybe I get to choose, like a Monster Hunter Camp thing. I don't know. Never used the golden tesseract before, so I cannot tell. Hello, I took all your bullet. Black market, premium. I know about that. That doesn't sound normal. 980. 980 muzzle velocity. 960. Yo! I don't know what that sound is. I don't like it.
What are you looking at?
Ooh, or copper wire. I'm gonna make...
Another time.
Am I too schizo?
Oh, hey.
I think I'm too schizo now. You can have this.
Maybe next time.
Hi there.
Ooh, 50 cow hey up. Let's go hey up. Character needs EP? Nah, no they don't. It's fine. This one has been nice, but I guess I can put this away now. The Cobra feels better. I want it's good enough. I need that.
Someone's in a hurry.
Hello there.
Someone's in a hurry.
Someone's in a hurry.
Oh, I thought it's Blood Moon.
Another time.
I want to see if there's like a more animation to no mental. Or maybe that's like the most extreme one.
Oh, hello.
Someone's in a hurry, smiley face.
Someone's in a hurry. Give me this. Actually, I don't need that.
Later.
Not the double. The legend, the mythical double chuckle. I didn't use the store. Simi? Oh, now you're back open. Oh shit. I love this game so much. When your mental is so hurt, the game makes you question yourself. It's so fucking cool. Oh my god. X-Files. So I think I can spare the 2 kilogram. In the morning I'll use this helmet. In the night I'll use this one.
Oh, jeez.
Oh jeez. Hmm? Oh yeah, let's bring out all the bolts. This one. That's a weird sound. I want to see what the game has to offer in terms of like fucked up shit. Because my mental is like at the lowest of low. I think that's the lowest of low. Maybe there's more. Oh wait, I love Lenny's journal. I'm keeping Lenny's journal. I think I even have the journal entry. Lenny's journal. Fuck, I'm dead. I'm fucking dead. Fuck you, creaky red shit fucker. Red shit fucker is crazy. you red shit fucker got auto modded. Okay, thank you. Look, that one I'll allow because it's not directed at anyone without any ill will, so that's fine. Right, let's use the tarot card. Ouroboros? Is that interaction? Oh. Oh, that's a bad number. What happened? What happened to 26k minus? Whoa. How did they get to 26k? That's a good number. You know what? Actually, that's a good number. Yeah, because it's insurrection. Fuck insurrection. You are so right, actually. Oh, I never noticed how heavy the medkit is. It's 5 kilograms. That's crazy. We don't use that. We don't use that much pistol bullet as well. Let's do one of these. Alright, are we good? So we already did that. Let's go to refinery maybe? Oh wait, the pump room. Oh, it's Brad. I need to go to... Yeah, let's go to the dungeon in Crossroads. I'm gonna go there while being extremely mentally damaged, so... It's gonna be a fun time, I'm telling you. I really want to try out this gun. Because it's 2640. And then this one is 1670. This feels really good. Muzzle velocity at the highest, I think? Yeah, that's 980. Mine is 960. Without laser sight though, this one? Yeah, no laser sight. I want to see how it feels. I'm buying it. Thank you. Oh, you're 1200? I got scammed! Feels the samey with the Cobra, I think. Yeah, but Cobra has laser sight. That's fine. I mean, what? This is, what, 26k? I can get it back easily by going to Goldenwood Forest and destroy the entire insurrection again, and I can do it again and again. No. You're doing this to me again, you little shit. The game is making me question myself. What? Playing the game while being mentally damaged to an extreme level is surprisingly very fun. It's like, it's such a weird experience, right? Shit. It's so funny too. I ate the wrong thing. I actually ate the... Uh-oh. Huh. Ha ha ha. I don't think that's good. Is it because I ate this? Are you sure you want to try it? Ah, I think that's what caused the... I'm just screaming a little bit. It's fine. Alright, here we go. It's fine. What? It's just screaming a little bit. We gotta let out some emotion sometimes, right? Yeah. I mean, hey, it's healthy. It's healthy to vent. I always vent. My character should vent too. Am I right or am I right? I'm fucking scared. Nope. What's gonna happen? I'm so excited and I'm also fucking terrified. Holy shit. I too occasionally scream and writhe in pain, right? It's a way to vent our emotions. It's... I'm schizo. I'm hearing so many weird shit. Ooh, you have Cobra.
Get away. Take this fucker.
Where do they keep running away from me? What? Wait, that's interaction. Get your leg shot. Oh, meatball. Nina, hello. Oh my god, Nina. Oh, unlucky to be you. What is that gun? What is this? Oh my god. Oh, we love you, Sappho. I got a crazy new gun. Early automatic rifle still commonly used by irregular forces of the ETP-445. This model is fitted with a digital scope and suppressor. Suppressor? Wait. That's a 10 years reload? So good? Okay. M14 SKS kind of gun. I'll give it a try. By killing this thing. What are you doing? My ears are bleeding, thank you very much. Am I shooting at grass? Dirky's second favorite gun in game. I don't know if I fight with this. I mean, it's the fact that the reload takes 10 years. It's kind of like... bummer. Maybe it's just because of the suppressor that I don't feel the kick of the gun. Ah, I missed it. Oh my, I don't have enough mouse space. I think that's not the gun I was thinking of. Long reload, but massive follow-up shot opportunity. That's true. It doesn't really have a lot of like recoil. So in a way that's good. It feels like it can shoot really far as well. 735. What? 850? Actually it does reduce recoil and largely gets rid of the muzzle flash. Only one gun higher for me, which is mag reload. Long reload, oh. Reduce recoil and flash, okay. Oh, I didn't even realize it just removes the flash. The flash is kind of blindingly bright, and sometimes I just like, what am I looking at? I cannot see enemy anymore. Do you know the way? You know what I mean, right? Welcome to 2016. Do you know the way? I'm sure going to dungeon with my current state of mind is totally fine. Okay, friend, I almost shot them.
Hi there.
Ooh, wiki. Is it
I'll see you
time?
around.
Is it time to
Hello. Keep walking.
drink wiki and stay stable?
Hello there.
Is it time? Do I want to drink wiki?
Keep walking.
Or, you know what? I want to scream. It's fine. Screaming is fine. It's only screaming. It's fine. See, I scream. Okay, no! Friend was shooting that way, I think. We all scream for wiki? Yeah. I don't drink alcoholic drink, but in game, yeah. Who are you shooting at? I'll help you. We scream. I think that's friend. Chat, please hold my hand when I'm scared, okay? I'm going in without any mental at all, so no, you bully! You bully! Why you like this? I cry. I will cry so hard that I will squeak. Alright? Let's eat raw venison. Let's eat raw venison. Mushroom. You made this personal, how you deal with it? No, I want chat together. Alright, fuck night vision, we're using this. Cease turn. Please hold my hand, but that's lewd. It's fine, it's an 18 plus strain, see? Tasty. Tasty venison. Oh nah. Oh nana. Oh nana. Oh nana. Oh nana. Oh nana. Oh nana. Game teaches into a lesson, eat raw mushroom and mess is good for you. Yeah. Who wants to Why am I coughing? Mouth feet, my ass, what happened? Drink. Can I have cooked mushrooms with meds? That's for squares. Oh, is it because I ate raw venison and that got me sick? Why is this game so real, huh? Why is this game so real? Bitch! Damn, you have Nighthawk? Man. Can I cook mushroom with this? Am I being shot at? There's 10,000 things go. Hi. Maybe being schizo is not that good, I feel like. You know, I probably should drink some wiki, but I didn't. Let's just move. Ah! Oh my god, this get fuck on me. What? Oh, there's jellyfish here. Damn it. Chad, I'm scared. No! Oh, is it because they saw my inner demon, so they were looking upwards? Unlucky. Unlucky for them. Oh my god, this is so much chaos, what the fuck? What blocked me? Something blocked me just now. Hi, yeah, I'm actually going insane. I cannot shoot. My ears are bleeding. Where am I going? I don't know. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm hating it. That's how you know I'm scared as fuck. Alright, we good. Who the book? What the book? Oh shit. Thanks for telling me where you are. Oh! It's only an X, but now we have this. Help. I need help. And help. B? Can I do anything without being teleported around? Systems. Ooh. F and C. Lights. So, what's GL14? Gas line? So we false gas line, right? You know, because I'm using the thing, I think because I'm using the thing. So I'm not getting teleported. Thank you, game. Light 06. We love lights. We love light 7. We love light 8. We love light 9. AGO4. Security door east wing. Okay. And then light 04. That's everything? What else do we have? Clear. Funk. So that's funk. That's only systems? Okay. Okay, I found a way to cheat! Fuck you! Did you see the mall? Everyone's here. Yeah, sorry about that. I couldn't do anything about it. I didn't want to get teleported when I was using the thing. I don't know what else I can try. Does that monster appear because of my own shit mental? Ooh. I don't have flare anymore. Can I use the yellow flare? Tall plume of yellow smoke even when thrown. Thrown flares are known to summon long-range artillery strikes. What if I throw it here? Wee. I mean, that's something. Alright, what's over here? So spooky. What? It didn't last for a long time? Okay, how about some Molly? Oh, that's some light. Fire. 80085. Loot? What's loot about 80085? Is it the password? 80085? No. Robot poop? I'll tell you when you're older. Oh, yeah, older? What? I'm old. What do you mean? I'm 29. Oh! Where did the fire come from? Is we gonna shot them? Okay. Am I so schizo to the point where it affects the real life now? Well, not real life, but affect the real situation? Oh, fuck. Oh my god. Not that sound. You know, there's one small thing that I realize. Words don't trigger and say, oh. That Dark Knight Kobo one hint to passcode. This one is, you'll make a few down if you miss it. Oh. If you make me teleport, I'll install this game. I'm threatening you. Don't come here. That's right. Get the fuck away from me. I agree with peace and love. Purple being the worst color. No, purple is the best color ever. What do you mean? Purple good? Yeah, purple good. How about the passcode is the passcode in this room, like this area? Can I shoot them? That's a no in my book. I hate those things. They're so loud. Turn down that sound, man. Jeez. Oh, of course now we have two. It is visible in that area. So in this area then, then I can... If you shot at them and killed baddies on the other side, that would be cool as fuck actually. I don't think it does that, because when you teleport things, you just make the sound. Alternatively, you shoot through them and the bullet teleports into you. I don't think enemies will be clever enough to do that, no? Peace and quiet. Not for long, I'm pretty sure. It's a whiteboard. But the whiteboard has nothing on it. Unless I need to like... No? Is it because I'm too schizo so that I cannot know what it is? Mushroom. Oh, maybe night vision can look at it. No? It has to be that whiteboard, but something happens with that? It's even simpler than that, thinking too complex about it. Complex? It's not like a hidden mechanic? Behind? I hate this game. I hate this game. Fucking shit. Okay. You know, this game always throws some crazy shit that I just think, you know, the game's gonna throw some crazy stuff every time. It's like, yeah, no, it's just behind this time. Ooh, wait, it's this one. I always wanted to try this one, but it doesn't have suppressor. Do you scope fire? Oh, you do? Wait, I want to try this gun actually. Hey, I'm not the one that destroyed the inner demon. Has op mask, ballistic mask, cat suit? Oh my god, is it made of latex? No. Oh. Sorry, what? Did I just mention latex cat suit? I could never. I would never. I'm not that kinky. No. It's on the hidden that you miss it and I hate it. Yeah. Okay, the gently. It smells real cat. A bonk's chipmunk. Bonk chipmunk. That's even worse. No. No. We love kitty. No. Alright, I'm gonna eat some milk. And got that good crunch. Alright, I need light. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm hating it. Actually, do they react to sound? I feel like they react to sound, no? I mean, they'll be crazy, but still. Okay, Wait, what are we doing here actually? Oh, we're trying to go AG04? Hmm. 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 Okay, this gun is fucking banger. Oh my god. Like, this one doesn't cost as much, but my goodness, is it good. Get fucked. Ooh. Mushroom? Oh, I'm using AP? No. It's a hyper burst rifle. You literally put 2 rounds into the target for the price of 1 trigger pull. It's essentially a semi-auto rifle. You need 2 bullets per shot, so keep ammo in mind. Yeah. I think these things react to sound. Is that? Oh, it is. Okay, okay. So we are going to kill spread here, I think. I think I have plenty people to work with. Ooh, loot. I hate that sound. That sound is gonna be here non-stop now. Sorry, chat. Sorry, chat. It's crazy. Really, 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 really? Please get the fuck away from me.
Damn it! On the floor now!
Yo, what is this? That's a cool looking shotgun. Give me that. I hate this thing with passion. Can I do things normally? Test? No? No? Spend $1 million, Sprite isn't here because the purple stat pulled it in. I will be so pissed, honestly. We got him though, no big deal. Hello? Oh, hi. Remember spreads where stuff in it or not? I should probably check one more time. I think there's a cheat that I can do is pressing tab when I'm around. And it will show like the nearby items. Oh my god, fuck you, man! Oh. Take this. Take this. Oh. Is that everything? Did I just... No. It works. It totally teleports a bullet. Did it not? I shot at them. I hear gunshots there. Or am I just... Am I schizo? I mean, in-game I kinda am, but still. These things can piss off. Yeah, I know. Ai da. Xí bè tòa chà ồ. Xí bè tòa à. Anh ấy chè mì kia.冲sao. Shut up. Shut up. I'm not scared. Oh, hi man. Yep, produnos, yep, 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 shimmer product. Heckin, yep, shimmer 3, yep. Hi man, welcome. I'm playing back Project Silverfish, there's so many cool things now. Oh, why is there so many purple? Oh, I cannot open this? Whoa, what? Oh, is that my inner demon? Hi, inner demon. Oh, you cannot reach me because of that door. Oh, too bad. What, you want to open up that door? Keep trying. But imagine my inner demon trying to get through that door. Crazy. Super bad news and have to ask for a favor. Your character is super low on sanity. Yeah. I want to see if there's like new stuff when I'm in low sanity. And turns out there is a lot of new stuff going on. Also, what's the favor? Maybe I can do a little bit to help, but I don't know if I can. But I'm always up to listening. Oh! Welcome to 2 bullets at once, dum-dum. Oh! Oh, my spaghetti. Oh. Oh my god. I'm not scared. playing when I'm playing when my character is schizo is kind of funny. But also I'm terrified. This work! Fuck the purple! I'm on edge. Oh, okay. Wrote it to you on Discord, no rush, no. The gist of it is I lost all of my hard drive data and have to rebuild stream from scratch. Oh my god. Oh shit. That's oh my god, I'm sorry. That's rough as hell. No. I'll read it now. Give me a second. Oh, I think I still have them. I have them saved. I think I still have your blep and the sniffer. Wait, do you have the sniffer? You do. I have the GIF, this one, and also the blep. Oh yeah, 2 of them is here. Okay, okay. Let me send it to you real quick. If I'm missing something, I'm not too sure. I'm sorry, but these should be the things. There you go. Let me check. Oh, I have this one, but it's not transparent background. This is one I got before. I don't know if that's needed, but I'll send it to you anyway. Let me check if there's anything else. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Sucks, my crying phase is over though. Now I'm the rebuild that thing phase. I'm sorry I have to go through that. But anything, if I can help, I'll try to help as much as I can. Even though it's not much. But I'll try. Internet back. Oh. Let me double check if I'm missing something. This one. Oh yeah, the stair. Right, right, right. Give me a second. The stair should be just this one, I think. Double check. Yeah, okay. There. There you go. I'm sorry you have to go through that. Shit. I couldn't even like. Ooh, I cannot fathom. All the best for you, Merp. That's really rough. They want to try your stream, would be fine after stream, but thank you. Of course, of course. Of course, no problem. I mean, it's not much at all, right? There, okay.
That all you've got?
I only have a 4-year-old backup, so a couple of yip sounds survived. Have to record all sound greetings though. You cheater! Have to record all sound greetings though. Oh, the unique for everyone who comes in, that one. Oh, that's... Oh my god, it's the inner demon! The inner demon found its way to me. This is so stupid. Why am I playing like this though? I'm sorry, I got scared for nothing. I thought the crunchy noise is someone... so... Oh, hey, should I go down? No, let's go down. I already killed Splat. You know what? I'm gonna go out and come in again because that purple thing can piss off. I hate that thing. Ooh, hey. This EMP here, I think. Oh, demon! I haven't played Faith in a long time. Oh, demon! It's such a good game. The first playthrough will always be that magical feeling of like, gosh, right? Heckin', I'm blind. Whoa, the inner demon spawned that quickly? Should I drink wiki and and don't let the inner demon spawn anymore? I don't know if there's anything new though. No, we don't. It's fine, it's fine. I can survive. I think they turned down the noises as well. Because thought I want them to like be gone thought. The automod is like automod helps a lot. I'll allow that because that's not directed at anyone. Well, other than that, you know, inner demon. Yeah, I have automod set up to be kind of strict. but I'll allow I'll allow the things if it's not directed at anyone. So yeah, it's a little bit troublesome, but I hope you guys don't mind. Because although mod actually helps me a lot, there's like people spouting some like hateful shit, and all the mod just be like, yeah, no, I got you, buddy. It's like, yeah, it's pretty nice, honestly. Oh, wow. That's a lot of line. Hmm? Hmm? I hate their movement, man. Sorry, that was very disorienting. Are they fighting each other? Oh my god, they lost? You know, I'm a busy bold. I need to cut these things. Oh yeah. This is screaming good things for my brain. Something about doing this is so satisfying. Ow. It doesn't really hurt. It's like bubble wrap. It kinda does. I like it. There. Is that like... Is that like glass noise? It's so good. Why does this not restore sanity? Dad, we should make doing this restore sanity. Oh yeah, I'm almost finished. Oh yeah. Crowbar X might be better cause here is more reach. Oh. What did I just hear? I mean, inner demon noises, I guess? Lots of inner demon noises. They turned down the noise though, so that one I can really appreciate. Oh, there's more here. Yeah, I think no more purple. Thank fuck for that. There's radiation here? No, they changed it. Oh no, I'm sick again. Hey, my health is not going down too quickly. Let's just explode this shit quickly. Don't die! Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Seriously? It's pee pee poo poo gas? I'm extremely sick, I feel like. Oh, it's just stinky, okay. Let's go down from the other way. Oh! Are you cheating? How about you come here so that I can see where you are, you little... Ugh. Fucking cheater, they can see where I am forever. Oh my god, that's such a good shot too. Absolute cheater, these guys. Something that kills. Like, even with night vision, I can't see them. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Brotan, this is what pisses me off, man. I'm in complete darkness, they can pinpoint where I am forever. And land every single shot as well. Fuck me. Watch me get killed here. No night vision. Are you telling me a fucking hit squad came in here? It's a hit squad, that insurrection. No night vision, no. Nice, you fucking cheater. Turn down the fucking AI, man. Jesus. It's so shit to shoot against them like that. Like, I feel like night vision is just like fucking useless. Usually it's scabs. Yeah, because hit squad, I guess, still happens. That's my inner demon! Oh no! My inner demon is coming, help! Find out who's shooting. I mean, my mental is at my lowest. I'm pretty sure the screaming is just like the lowest already. If it's just gonna keep spawning the loud inner demon, it's nothing too cool about it actually. For the guns, I actually want to use back the Venator. Yeah, long barrel Venator. Nothing against the gun, I just don't feel like using that one. It's good, I feel like it's pretty good, but it's just reload a little bit too slow for my taste. And it doesn't sound like it's a lot of good kick to it. Yeah, hit squad. I know that hit squad because I've been told that if they're using this gun in particular with incendiary ammo, then yeah, it's a hit squad. In this dungeon, crazy. They really want me dead. Even scavenged to the dungeon. Ooh. Ooh. Oh wait, isn't this... This is the sewer friend dungeon, right? Wait, I remember. Holy shit. I need to swim, so... I am extremely afraid of water, but this should be fine, I think. I did bring oxygen tank, so... This is extremely scary for me. I'm very afraid of water, by the way. Just saying, just so you guys know. It's like a fear of like swimming deep underwater kind of thing. I just cannot help it. It's something that I'm really afraid of. Door? There's something in the stinky poo-poo gas. Let's swim, I guess. I think it's like behind this ladder. Okay, I think it's here. Cryptid boyfriend is here. It's you, right? Hey! Oh my god, that thing is so hot. Sewer thing! I missed you. Oh my god. I cannot believe I actually remember this sewer thing. Hello, new friend? Trade with new friend? I have many good things to trade and secrets too. Yeah, we can trade. Door tools. Long gun. Trade. Magic things. Big herd. Kaboomers. Oh my god, kaboomers? Alright, what else do you have? Oh yeah, that's what the gas mask is for. If this one. Standard infantry. Oh wow. Luft balloon? Shit. Do I have this? I need Luft balloon. It's so fucking good. 3 blue mushroom, 1 golden mushroom. I have a lot of golden mushroom. Floater, root, red squares, danger. Safe place, home. So I should bring out all my blue mushrooms and also golden mushroom to get all the Luft balloons possible. And mushrooms, red mushrooms can get not a bunch of bullet. Brown mushroom can get a bunch of bullet as well. Them combined, I can get something else as well, right? See? And gas masks, I think I have a few. I'm gonna use more gas grenade. 2 molasses and 3 gas masks for the model carbine. Don't know what this one is for. Red coin. Highly valued by cultists. I'm already at shit relationship with cultists though. Yeah. How I wish I can just smooch you. Oh my god. Why are you locking yourself away though? If I do this and then you come back, you trade? Sorry, no trading today. Oh. Bye bye sewer friend. Actually, it's sewer boyfriend. It's full auto? This one's 2 kilogram. This is sidearm. Is this sidearm? No, it's not. Okay. Short barrel shotgun. Cut down barrel with the common pump action shotgun. Laser sight. Friend, you can have these. You can have these. I think there's something else I can give you. I want the latex cat suit. You know what? You can have this, and this, and this. Yeah, take it. It's fine. Alright. Bye-bye. What if the inner demon is swimming? Oh. Oh. Peace and quiet? Oh, hey. It doesn't have a lot of bullet anymore. Let's use this one. That's a lot of walking noises. In a demon? It's the inner demon, run! Inner demon. They're coming. I should have went back up. I already seen the sewer boyfriend. I think that's pretty much it in this place, right? Yeah, let's get back up and see and complete the quest or something. Inner demon? wait, what do you say? Neutral? I don't believe you for a second that thing is neutral. Look at it, it's just camping the stairs now. Did it go elsewhere? I think it went here. Bye bye inner demon. Hype. I wouldn't say they turned down the noises, but maybe not. I want to see the mannequin trick again. The schizo thing. It's so cool. There's like one of my favorite mentally damaged thing that happened. Like I was shooting at a robot that's trying to like kill me, and then it just becomes a mannequin after when I kill them. It's like, oh my god. I can swim without the mudfish eating me. See, we're friends. Lizard are friend, not food. Fish? See, they know, they know. Or at least this particular lizard is not food. This one, friend. The other, eat. Uh-oh. Spaghetti. I heard them. Becky. Yeah, lizard friend. I heard them around that, but
Wherever you are, I'm not messing around.
yeah, they're here now. So they can only get down from here, I feel like.
Who's there? Fuck off.
Shit. The thing messed my aim up. We have freelancers here. Oh, now you appear. Your bullet is my bullet. Thank you very much. I got shot quite a bit. Oh, they don't hurt. They should be nearby here somewhere. Let's freelancer. Don't get stupid. Yeah, Firewall Stone is the thing that saved me 10,000 times. Like, I'm not even gonna downplay it. That shit is the one that saves my life 200 times over. So the freelancers are fighting against this thing, I guess? Yeah. Whoa. Just teabagging, what are you doing? Why are you teabagging? And then that guy just is swimming. What do you want? What the fuck am I looking at? Well, it's time to help them, I guess. Bitch is teabagging high. You're safe now. You can come up whenever you want. Unless you want to drown, then I...
What now? Someone's in a hurry.
I'm not gonna judge if you like that, you know? Hey, they like water. Nothing wrong with liking water. I like the Vanitas still. I guess the sniper is good, but it's not really for me, I would say. That's how you know this is a good video game. It already is a video game. Like it already is a really good video game. The broker thing. Okay. Yeah, you don't refresh your selection.
Hey. See you around.
Ooh, I want this.
Great. I got your back.
Ooh. HE? Ooh, I want this.
Perhaps another time. Bye now.
Bye now. What if I go back to the intro area? Did the door open on its own again? What? I'm gonna go back to the intro area and see. I'm pretty sure there's nothing changed. I'm just curious. Unless I can go back? I can. Oh yeah. River dog. Oh hey, the gun respawns. You know what would be a very fucked up thing to do? With my mental damage this low, the mannequin actually moves. I think I would shit my pants. I think I would actually cry and close the game. But that would be cool as fuck though. I'll just use one. Did you just throw with your back? Ow. Where's the clean bandage? How crazy would it be if there's suddenly new things here? Which is extremely unlikely, but you never know. Is it hiding from me? Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I missed every shot. Can I jump up here? I can. Oh? Oh? What? A Type 12 pistol just right here? Shit. Wait, and then they gave you AP bullet at the start? Shit, I didn't even know. They give you AP bullet at the start. That's cray. Oh, can I go back to the boat? You didn't know that? I didn't know that. Wow, hey. Oh, free food. Thank you. I needed that. I'm back. I'm stronger now. What do you need? I need to take me out of the zone? Wait, really? Are you sure? You finished all your business here, paid all your debts? Because this is my last visit to the zone, I ain't bringing no one back here after this. What? What? There's an endgame? There's an end... No! I need to pay off my debt. I need to pay off my debt. On second thought, I need to... Okay. Let's go pay off my debt. Oh, we have a goal now. Oh, shit. I think this deletes the save. Duh? That's crazy. I mean, fair enough, because it's like finished with the place and... yeah. I'm low-key scared of the mannequin actually moving. Low-key scared they might actually move. Thank God they don't. Oh my god. Ooh. Yeah, let's not scare myself like that. Shit. Hello. Fresh off the boat, huh? If you're looking for work, go talk to Simi. We love Simi. Alright, clean up my shirt. We're gonna go to the refinery. We need to go to slums and then refinery. We're gonna need to bring a little food. Some herb medicine is here. Boom, boom, boom. And then this one, boom. We could bring one bullet actually. Boom, 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 boom. I'm keeping 2 of these. I'm keeping the latex cat suit because I love it. For no particular reason.
Excuse me,
Oui?
but I gotta remind you to drink water and that you are a good girl, Evie,
Oh.
2 sips.
Okay, I will drink water. So if I were to raid the refinery, I'm probably gonna need a shit ton of bullets, no? Oh, give me a second, let me do this real quick. Where's the boat? This one. Oh, do you think I can use the gas grenade on them as well? I think that would be really fun actually. Ooh. You know what? I bring it. Gas grenade and HE and this one. Yeah, I'm going all in. Bullet wise looking good. Weight wise not looking too good, but it's alright. Not too bad actually. Put this one in. You know what? I'm putting these in for now since I'm not exactly looking to trade. Looking pretty okay actually. Violet, hi! Plop the big kettle in both lap. Oh, we got the chunky. I really love the cat pictures that you sent. It's so adorable. Hope you're doing good, Violet. Let me open up the lights real quick. It's getting dark.
Oh, jeez.
I'm back. Okay, my eyes doesn't hurt anymore. I can see. Giant loves his outside time. It's so heckin' cute. Let's bring 3 more. There. We got some free homunculi. I'm still gonna be this. It's fine. Do I need night vision? Actually, I think night vision is good for that refinery raid. I think I can take out targets without too much trouble. Should I bring the suppressor actually? I bring suppressors so that they don't know where I am. immediately? Yeah, let's give it a try. Are you not gonna close on your own this time? Totally didn't send more kitty pigs. Oh my god, kitty pig! Yo, kitty pig! Oh my god, so chunky! Oh my god, so chunky! Oh, that's a loaf. That's a loaf. Oh my god, it's so adorable. I love kitty pigs so much. Oh my god. Thank you, Violet. Okay, food is looking good. I don't think we need to cook more. 10 leftovers is good. It's a bit heavy, but just a little bit, so it's fine. Grenade launcher is here. We got some silencer guns. We got some close combat guns. Well, close combat to some extent. This is a really good sniper, I heard. I'll give it a try again, so let's make our way to the slums. Oh, jeez.
Someone's in a hurry. Another time.
What now?
More need. 55 pounds. I think it's something like 32 kilogram. Oh my god, that's chunky. That's definitely a chunky kitty.
I understand.
Actually, tarot card. Alchemist. I don't know what it does. Still bad. Feline gigantism at its finest. 16 years of growth. 16 years? Ooh, wow, what a kitty. I'm not too sure, but 16 years old for kitty is pretty old, right? I think? Unless I'm wrong, feel free to correct me. Because I'm not too sure about this. Alright, here we go. More crazy bold. More crazy bold action. We need to go to depot and then to slums and then keep going straight, so it's not too far actually. $20 is really old, considering 20 is like Huben leaving to 100. Oh wow, yeah, okay, that's old. That's a wise kitty. I'm gonna get shot. In game. Nothing? Run. Oh, it's raining. In game. Oh, hey, chat, give me a second. Let me open up Ooh La La real quick. So I sent a complaint to Ooh La La Idle Adventure. Your question in the customer service center has been answered. Please click to review. Yo, let's go. Because there's the new event going on, and if I were to go there, my entire phone will just crash. And I have to force restart the entire phone. So let me see what they say. How can I check though? Do I go service center or something? service records. Oh, there it is. To help us investigate the estate seed store issue further, could you please record a short video demonstrating the problem? It would be especially helpful if the video captures the exact moment the crash occurs. Then identify the issue more accurately and replicate the step leading to the crash on our end. Brotan! I cannot even record that because my entire phone will die. I'll do that later. Fuck. I sent them the phone spec. I told them what exactly happened. When I click on the, when I tap on the seed store, it crashes immediately. What do you mean? I mean, I guess having more would help, but they're literally saying something that's impossible for me to do. Like, what do I do? Just beware letting the big man see you with a brush. He's the type that wants brushies forever. Oh.
Hello there.
I love the kitty so much.
What are you looking at?
I love the kitty. Oh my god, kitty.
Oh, hello.
Oh, you have no bullet. You're actually ballsy. Well, that's not my problem anymore, I guess. Well. Guess I'll loot here for a quick moment. I wonder if you'll clean them up. First, like a freight train? Yo. It's so adorable. Gosh, I love cats so much. Am I being shot at somewhere? It's crazy they're trying to shoot me from here. And they land a shot. That hurt. Ooh, is this the alarm? I almost died from that. That wasn't there before. This wasn't here before. What? Nah. Literal cheater, I swear. Ooh. Get in there. Tasty strawberry lightning, exactly. Feels like they must be staying inside though. If I go inside now, it's gonna go crazy. I might die because it's like a close, enclosed space. Unless I'm fast enough to deal damage to them. Okay, I'm just wasting shit at this point. Alright, I have my whole grenade. It's my inner demon trying to... Okay, that thing moves, that thing moves. I see it now, I see it now. Fucking hell, man. Okay, it stopped. Holy fuck, that's fucked up. That thing moves. Let's bring night vision out for now. Should I? They do move in herds. But there's only one of them that chases me down. That's... Oh fuck, that's insurrection. I didn't recognize what they're saying. Okay. Thank goodness I checked. Hmm? Whoa, I didn't know that's how you... Nice movement. Okay, you know what? It's time to be drunk. I think I had enough of like... I have enough of like... Schizo moment. It's fun, but... I think the black thing does mental damage like crazy. Oh my god, I'm still... Okay, maybe that's even worse than I thought. I thought a few wiki is gonna save... It's gonna fix the problem. They do move in herds. The freelancers in Revolution does. I mean, I guess all of them does move in herds. Perfume and food can restore mental too and don't impact your weapon handling. Oh. Perfume. I think I got some. Drink that perfume. It's worth quite a lot of money, although you don't get all the many opportunities to smell nice out there. I'll keep using it. Still? Are we good now? Oh, heck yeah. Thank you, Chipmunk. If you sleep 0 hours, you recover mentally as well. Even though it's just a tiny bit, right? I think I remember that. I think I remember that. Okay, everything I hear is real now. In a way, that's pretty good. Everything I hear is real now. Is crazy. Yeah, that. That's what I saw. Okay. Sleep's the best medicine? So true, actually. Oh my god. Ooh, I'm so drunk. Oh my god. Ooh. Ooh, how can I aim? Oh my god, I'm gonna... Holy shit, what are you aiming at? In game and real life? So true, actually. Sleep is good. That's why when people say that, oh, I'm feeling sleepy, then I'll always be like, hey, sleep is always valid and good, right? Sleep is actually genuinely good. And I mean it, right? I mean it when people say that, oh, you know, I'm feeling eepy. It's like, yeah, go eepy. It's more important than like staying and looking at this Kobo. Even though I would appreciate people looking at the Kobo more, but health is way more important. Okay, that's probably gonna attract everyone here. Having laser sight? Oh, having laser sight doesn't sway as much. Better at piano when drunk than I am when sober. Kobo needs more wiki? Yeah, I need more wiki. Let's go to the slums. Going to fight and going to raid the refinery when I'm drunk is crazy. But I'm a kobold. It works. It's fine. Oh, it's only some weapon swaying. It's nothing much. It's only a tiny bit of issue. What? Hi, yeah, I don't need to go to the refinery, is it? And welcome to slums. Immediately hear footsteps everywhere. Oh, NFTAs? Sniper! Fuck. Oh, they don't hear that? Wait, suppressor is so good, holy shit. No way. Do they see me? They don't even have flashlight. I wish I could take the shot, but I'm too drunk. It's like they know where I am. They're hiding from every angle possible, except for this guy. I hate. I'm so drunk. I'm so drunk. I never thought it's gonna affect it so much, but hey, here I am. Oh, I can't. Oh my god. Can I sleep? Why I need to raid the river? Suppressor OP. That's why a lot of suppressed long rifles are so good. Too much wiki. Better wash it down with vodka. Vodka. Kobo need vodka. Guess they're just hiding now. Also, I just realized, of course, there's gonna be more NFTAs here because cents. Haha, I was reading chat. That's what you get. For you. Were you trying to get my loot? That's my loot? Okay. Know your place? Because it's my loot? To pastor boat for love in Kwagan. Oh, is that the big kitty's name? Kwagan. Heckin' adorable. Okay, they know where I am. Bunch of cheaters. Money? Okay, fine. Let's go to the refinery. The moment! You're lucky I'm so drunk, you little shit. No fucking way. That sounded very close. This covers both doorway. So close. Oh, they have laser sight weapons. Oh my god, I can't see shit. You're lucky I'm so drunk. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Can I hear what you can I hear what's moving, bitch? Oh, I'm so drunk. I'm so drunk. Fuck. Wee. Are they just all waiting for me to make a move? Oh my god, what the fuck? It's a hit squad? Is it a special sniper? Oh my god, mine. Everyone's pissed. They have like the best shit. Should I try the sniper? Let me try the sniper. Sniper. This one. Are you a sniper? Okay, this gun actually is the worst gun ever.
Hold on. Hostile.
I need more ammo. What do you mean? Fire is good for you. I think I'm less drunk now. I don't think they died. The fire bullet, that one must be the hit squad. I need to take care of the hit squad. The giant void camp. His name is Kawagan. We love Kawagan. Such a weird angle. Are they going back? Are they going to the refinery? You are NFTA, right? Just gonna make sure. Oh, I wanted a dog tag. Alright, we're in the refinery. In midnight time still? Okay. Oh, freelancer. Why is freelancer here? Quaggy loves everyone? Heck yeah. Oh, they have flare. Yes. I'll help. Yes, Nade. Ask them a question. Ask them a question. Ask them another question. I guessed them another question, I think. Hey, gas is pretty good. Any more? Ooh. More of this. I feel like I didn't bring enough bullet at all for this. From behind? It's a hit squad. Are you kidding me? New person comes through the door and Kawagan is sauntering up, hoping for new friends and pet. I would so pet Kawagan, but man, being in Malaysia is tough. I I guess raiding the refinery while drunk is not too bad of an idea, huh? I mean, it kind of worked. In the weirdest way possible. And Snuggles a boat out of the country? Wait. Oh, smuggles. Wait a minute. I'm so drunk. Oh, that's the freelancer. We're gonna get so much dog tag. I mean, the freelancers just kind of charges in. I didn't even have time to react to what they're doing. Both one target, they're the same thing. We have the marsupial pouch. I don't know what the marsupial pouch is, to be honest. Oops. Alright. I'm in. I'm the hacker woman. It's almost morning. What? Oh, there we go. Ooh, door? I don't think I want to go into the door for now. I mean, if I can get into the door, it's gonna reset a little kill count and that's gonna be hard for me to proceed. So, let's not do that. And now that it's morning, let's change back to tanky. They drop a lot of this ammo. I can use this one. Alright. Now I cannot be really sneaky. Think kangaroo, the pouch they have. Oh! Oh my god, I love the kangaroo pouch. They to me they always feel so comfy. I like them. Okay. I think those got gassed. I gassed them a question too much. I gassed them too much question. Okay, the gas is actually such a nice nade. It's so good. The Naga is a pouch like that? Oh my god, really? How? What happened? I didn't shoot. Did I shoot the gas that far? You know what? I probably did. I probably did. I don't even know where I shot. I just shoot the nade. Oh my god. I cleaned them. I cleaned them accidentally. Yo, let's go. Easy gas nade. Yeah. They stood no chance against the gas nade. Oh well. The slumber party in the refinery. Hi Sarah. Oh my god, couple friend. Welcome, welcome. Could I just slip a boat in my pouch and smuggle her out of the country? If if I'm so small to the point that I can get smuggled, which I totally can because I'm a kobold, that would be nice. Like, there's so many friends that I know it's out of country. It's like, sometimes I feel like being born in Malaysia is both a blessing and a curse. A blessing being that being in Malaysia is pretty safe. Safe as in, like, oh wow, what is this? Oh my god, big gun. Safe as in no natural disasters at all. And it's really, really safe here. But then so many friends I know is not from Malaysia. It's like, wee. It's sad cobalt noises. Ooh, MRI. MRE is so good on MRI. MRI is crazy. Oh wait, dog tag. Dog tag. Also, I hope Sarah is doing good.
And welcome.
Ninetales XL. Hi. Thank you. That name feels so. Oh, hey, look, it's a gas. Good. I feel like I've seen that name before. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for the follow. Oh, the gas got them good. I could try to use a proper sniper. I mean, as proper as it gets, I guess. While I'm absolutely drunk. Alright, here we go. I heard someone. I remember there's someone. Got him. Wait. Give me a dog tag. Have I gotten everyone's dog tag? Sure hope so. Nope. Get added. Also join the Discord server. Ooh. Let me do that real quick. Added. I'm not too sure added on what, but let me do the Discord thing. Oh, I'm gonna look at the kitty kitty video after. Okay, let me do this real quick. I'm doing things manually here on the Discord server, so it's weird, but I'm doing it. Done. We left Kobo. Kobo, nice. Welcome to the Discord server. We have Dragon Samping Corner because I like dragons a shit ton. You know, sometimes I say that I like dragons way too much, but then I think about it and it's be like, no, I can never like dragons too much. Need backup? Where? Is it behind? It's actually behind. Ooh. From behind? Oh shit. I may be drunk, but I can still shoot my gun. Ah, I'm so drunk, oh my god. Context, I drink too many whiskey before I come to this refinery raid. And you might notice that my weapon is swaying a lot. Not a lot anymore, but still a little bit. It's not that bad now. Who the fuck? Who the fuck? Who's shooting at me? must be someone nearby, I think. I feel I got shot around here. No? Wait. Oh, you have laser sight. Nice. What? Am I... Really? Okay, okay, you know what? I am killing a lot of NFTAs. They're intelligent beings. Maybe that's why I'm still getting a lot of like fake footsteps, I guess. It'll be fine. But the calls definitely are not fake. I don't want to die now. How the how did you get... What? Huh? How'd you get here? Excuse-moi? Okay, that's done. We can continue to the deeper end of the refinery. I think we should be fine now. We even took care of that one. I think there's one... Yeah, you see that? There's one more there. I wonder if I can take the shot here. And Kobo is the best, what can I say? Oh my god. Okay, let's hide for now. They brought us the big ones. Aren't those the elite forces? That's one down. I should be able to see them here. One more. Another one is just hiding, I think. This is a pretty lame gameplay, I understand, but I don't want to die now. Okay, thank you very much. There's 4 of them. I know it's not much action going on, you know, just playing sniper. Not much going on. I understand. I don't want to die now. If I die, I'm just gonna lose so much progress. I don't want that. I don't want to lose too much progress. Die inside of the... Nice, makes you a true gamer. No! I remember dying so much when I first played this game, it's crazy. Don't think sniping lame? That's fair. Maybe I think about it because in most games that I play, I don't really do sniping. In most games that I play, if possible, I like to get up close and personal. And just bonk them or something. You play how you want? Shotgun? I love shotgun. But too bad this game shotgun is like, it's really good, but the enemies are also really good. And without what is it again? Shit, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, without scope. And enemies can shoot you from 1100 miles away. And that's usually not good for shotgun. For the record though, I love shotgun. Shotgun is hacking great. Dragon is sleepy. Night, 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 mama dragon. Oh. What are you looking at? Dang, sniper hurt? Gun. I'm already getting... My mental is already getting damaged. Oh no! I just hope that there's not going to be inner demon coming out again. I mean, it's no big deal that the inner demon comes out. It's just the noises that it makes, is like constantly making noises. It's kind of annoying. Oh yeah, I killed them. Oh, I could have died there. Oh my god. SR78 good. It's the first time I'm using this. And yeah, it's really good. They don't cost a lot as well. Wait, you're not using sniper? You're on this and you're using sniper? Oh my god, crazy. Uh-oh. Okay. Strong legs. Very, very nice. I think that could be all of them actually. Unless there's more that I couldn't tell. Taking this one now. 3006 rifle. Derivative of TR-77 rifle, reconfigured to serve the role of a squad automatic weapon. Features a high capacity dual drum mag, 4 grid and simple optic. How do you aim? That's not too bad, I feel like. I feel like a weapon without scope that's able to aim far is just painful in this game. Maybe I'm just bad at shooty bang bang games, right? I like fighting games though. Oh. Hi. Hi. How you doing? Can I... It's worth a shot. I have the keycard? Oh, nice. Oh! Oh my god, this gonna fuck up me. I forgot you can open the door. Oh my god. Yeah, don't do that. I forgot they can open the door on their own. If it's unlocked. There's one more place I want to go, which is up there. So many good stuff? Crazy. I'm also getting really thick right now. Okay, yeah, I'm... Low mental. Yeah, I think it's normal to prefer an optic, especially in this game. But in most other games, I kind of just like either shotgun or light machine gun, where I can go like non-stop, just keep holding the trigger like I think that is really fun. I like that. NFTA C chart. NFTA map showing coastal routes in the location of Navy patrol. What is that? NFTA Navy Office of Strategic Command. I don't know what that means, but that feels extremely important. Nope. Do I even need any of these? What's EDP? Eastern Defense Pact? Oh, I thought it's like EDP 445. Hi, Lex. I'm not gonna read that. FNC. Light. Main. Doors. Reactor. Gates. Run. Oh, front gate! Oh, wait, it's front gate. That gate at the start? That has to be it, right? I am too chunky. I did throw something out. Medium plate armor, 5 kilogram. 5.6 kilogram. Standard infantry. I have to throw one of these away. Okay. Hope Lex is doing it. Thank you. I feel like I already forgot to collect everyone's stock tag. So if I remember correctly, there's going to be like an elite squad that comes in after I destroy the reactor. Maybe I could set up some traps beforehand. Oh my god, it's gonna be... I'm too heavy now. Oh no. I cannot help it. I need to get all the loot. Okay, I'm throwing some ammo away. Flashbang? Yeah, this turbo pump is so heavy. Already a speed boost. Speed boost? Kobo needs Chinese badly. I know, right? Okay, so they're going to appear here. And these are going to be the elite squad. I might be able to use this. Oh, if only I have gas. Oh. No gas for the boat.
Chicken nugget.
I like chicken nugget. Alright, we have a hood grenade. Okay, radiation. And they're coming. Ow, ow, ow. Ow, 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 ow. Is it not far enough? Here they come. They cannot come here as well because of radiation, so I can always switch sides. It's funny how like those guys being dropped off, being granted a death mission. Like they cannot do anything, they can just stay there. Unless they want to take some radiation damage and rush through there, but radiation bad. Oh yeah? There should be 4, I think. I might be able to go in there and just like try and cause some havoc. Going in. I'm gonna constantly heal in the meantime as well. Tasty radiation. Oh, that's all of them. Sniper. Bullet. Where's the other one? Oh, they fall off. Oh no. Unfortunate. No job is worth getting irradiated, not even for double time? Yeah. Heal. Run. I'm so thick. Help. Help, 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 help. Radiation, radiation, help, help. Ow. 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 I want to see more of the mannequin trick. That one is like the best thing in the game. Ooh, they're blind. We have new enemy drops, I guess. How did you even get here? Okay, new enemy drops. Apply bandage nose. My shin. They're here already. I'm so drunk. I didn't know the homebrew medicine is gonna be like drunk. Oh no. I'm so drunk. Thank goodness that person was blind. What? So that thing got destroyed and we now have this anomaly. Oh my god, so much bullet. Heck yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna use... Oh, wiki. I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna use any more sniper after this. I feel like this is the only place that I want to use a sniper. For the rest of the place, I think this one is really good enough. Because since I'm going against NFTAs, and only NFTAs, sniper one-shot kills is gonna be so huge. That's why I'm using it. Eat good, eat good. Radiation, radiation, radiation bad. I didn't even need to do anything. They just keep exploding themselves. Cool beans.
What if you're the target?
What? You know, I think that was a dicky shock. That was a dick shot, actually. I saw. You lucky I'm drunk. Holding angle. I hear more. Yep. Look at the carnage, holy shit. Ah, wah, 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 wah. Wah, wah, wah. I don't know why I'm suddenly playing Counter-Strike here. No. Not the jewels? They're probably low carrot anyway. Who? There should be one more unless that explosion killed them. Yeah, they died. I think I hit some crazy shot with my Shinoipa just now. Maybe Shinoipa is kind of fun. Honestly, I'm just gonna glad some of them is like a one-shot kill. Oh, scavengers were here? Oh yeah, and the hit squad that wants to hit me. The interaction will keep sending hit squad to hunt me down because they despise me. Oh, so it's military now, I guess. So military and insurrectionists will hate the fuck out of me. Which is good, I hate them too. Alright. Job's done. Wait, actually no. We have this one. Destroy all 4 power boxes in the factory complex. Trying to restore some manufacturing infrastructure up north of the refinery. Putting up for a cash bounty for any stalker willing to break a few of their toys. It's here, I'm in the refinery. But yeah, I'm in the wait, that's that bridge. Refinery is here. North of refinery. So if I go here, north of refinery is there. Is it the dungeon? Oh my god, it could be the dungeon. I'm so thick though. It could be the dungeon. Should I go now? I have no speed though. I'm too chunky. Oh, fine. Fine. I'll go back. I'll clean up the stuff. I'll play more tomorrow. It's 7:25 p.m. Kobo's hungry. I want food. Alright, who wants some? I have my sniper. It's funny, today is the day that I did not drink coffee. Oh, thank you. Oh my god, that's the coolest thing ever. Speedrun strats. Thank you, Yeet Ball. Like 1 push me to the right way is already crazy. 3 pushes me to all the right way is even more crazy. What? Yeah, that was the anomaly Yeet Ball. I called them the Yeet Ball. Oh, is that EMP? Oh, it is. Hi, EMP for what? You EMP, oh my god, I cannot see the aim. Oh, EMP even removes the reticle? Crazy. You EMP, I go cry though. How do you deal with EMP? With flares, I guess. I'm too junky. EMP also disrupts the beta version text on the top right. True story. Ooh, I need to. You know what?
I'm going to check it out.
Wow. I'm trying to shoot through that fucking tiny hole. You know what? For that, I'm hunting you down. That's right, asshat.
I'm on fire.
That's right, buddy. You gonna get on get on fire? No. What are you on fire again? You're stealing my loot. I will kill you.
Oh, hey.
Oh my god, you stole my loot. How much is killing one friendly gonna cost? My reputation. She stole my loot. Alright. Just this once. Just this once. Alright. You asshat. Next time I'm shooting you. Like I killed them, and then she just came in and stole my hard work by shooting at them and setting them on fire.
Perhaps another time.
What? Oh, it's already. Oh shit! I didn't even realize it's already nighttime. I thought it's daytime still. No, is it not daytime? Wait a minute. Well, I'm feeling brave enough to use lights. So let's do it. 20,000 word guild. Word guild? I assume you mean 20,000 points. It's gonna get deducted if I kill a friendly on purpose. 20,000 is crazy though. I guess I'm glad I didn't do that, but still. I don't like how they can just steal my loot. Mushroom. And Jameson's gonna hate me for this, like playing it like this. Playing like this. Flashlight on. The biggest flashlight possible. Walking at 46% speed. On my way to observatory and clean stuff up. Absolute optimal gameplay, I'm telling you. Oh, nice, we have more vandalism. I should stop by Lone Wolf Saloon sometime and just like spray paint all over on the insurrectionists. I should play this dungeon. I already forgot what this dungeon is. That's what I get. I don't know what it is. I just avoided the principle. Yeah. It's like on video games, I always avoid doing... I know that's bad things in general because I would feel bad, right? But then I've been streaming for a bit, right? Sometimes I feel okay, just a little bit okay for doing a bad thing for the sake of doing a bit, you know? If I know what the cost is going to be, if it's not going to be too much, then yeah, I can do it. Get fucked. I'm the fastest shot in the east. What the heck? What the heck?
Shit.
Good job. The ward stone is the MVP. It truly is the MVP. Without that ward stone, I think I already died. I already died 10 times over, I'm pretty sure. Truly what saved my life 200 times. Maybe even more than that, actually. Because it's like every time I get shot, I don't know where I'm being shot at. And then sometimes when the fire happens, I can see where they are very easily. And then I can just retaliate. Or they cannot shoot back anymore because they're on fire. That for 6 homebrew medicine is pretty good. Why are you trying to shoot when you're 10,000 kilometers away? It kind of feels like they have a good gun though. I want to see the loot. Oh my god, I'm out in the open. I'm so out in the open, oh my god. Walking at 44% speed, crazy. Hi Roxas again. Oh, no, what? I don't think that's fair. Chat, they shot first. Chat, they shot first, okay. Not my fault. I can't aim for shit. Oh my god, just get the fuck on me.
Could've done better.
My loot. Okay. This is very important, alright? My loot. Mine. Alright, you can have this. You can have this. Take it and bullet. Nah. Okay. Take it, take it.
I can do that.
Yeah, yeah. Chat, it's probably gonna take a while. I'm almost there though, I think. Did you know that crouch walking is faster than just straight up walking? And don't worry about it. It's the artifact, yeah, it's the artifact thing. How many allied player recruit? None. We can only meet them by chance, like... I'm currently allied with the faction Revolution and Freelancers, so if I see them, they're good. I don't need to shoot them. They don't shoot me. And we have like a common enemy. So you have to identify the faction so that you can know who you're dealing with. At first it's super duper hard, like I don't know what they are, but after playing for a bit, on first glance I can sort of like know what faction they are, or based off of their speech, I can sort of guess what faction they are. Which is like a really cool detail this game has. I love it. I'm so slow. I don't want to throw away my guns. No. It's my loot. They're all for the shiny. I'm a Kobo. This is normal, alright. Sniper. Alright. We are walking into a war zone. Usually there's like a shit ton of gunfire happening here, but not now, I guess. crazy. The war zone is actually quiet now. More loot? Not taking that. I'm so fast. I'm so fast. I'm crazy with it. It's very far. It's very far. That is... Huh? That sounds like a cultist. Either a cultist or Yeetball. One of them. But it couldn't be Yeetball, I feel like. And anyways, we're in safe place now. Clean up the stuff that I have, do some trading, and then I'm probably gonna call it a day. Why do you have no lights? Oh, the recoil is... Oh yeah, you don't update your inventory. Golden! They don't like it. This game's too confusing. It's almost the same thing as like, you know, like when you play Mobile Legend Bang Bang, and then I say that game is like very confusing.
Hello there.
Now you know how I feel. That's how I feel when you talk about, oh yeah, the game is easy. You just do this and do that. Right? It's a matter of like how long you've played the game, I'm pretty sure. Oh, you don't like Scouter? You don't like that. I want that though. You can have one of these.
Later.
Bye bye.
I'm in. I need something else.
This game literally point where you go. On that game literally point where you go, I guess,
Hi
but
there.
it's still hard for me. Oh, that's a cool helmet. I want it. Tandem. 3 bullets stacked in line within each cartridge. Trades accuracy and muzzle velocity for triple the hit chance. Triple bullet in 1 bullet? Oh my god, that's Kobo engineering. Mine now. No immediate use, but it might be worth selling. You can have that. But everyone the bad guy? I mean, yeah. In this game, you shoot the bad guys. Yeah, easy, right? That is pretty like really The accuracy loss makes it very underwhelming, not to mention the reduced damage. Oh, it reduced damage as well? I mean, I know it reduces accuracy because it said so, but even accuracy? That's crazy. Money. Magnum frag? Wait, for Shinoiba? Give. I can have this. Nah.
Next time. Hey.
What?
Perhaps another time.
Instead of 1 round doing all the damage, you have a third of a round hitting with reduced muzzle velocity.
Jeez.
It said accuracy and muzzle velocity. Oh, so muzzle velocity means less damage? I was right. I always look at big numbers mean good. It's already so low again, so quick. I need more bandage. Bandage? No. I mean, what? Okay, I guess we don't play with a grenade for now. I need more. I need more gas grenade. Did you know that I'm a hoarder? No? Well, now you know. Gosh, the things that I hoard sometimes. Right, weight looking good. Let's draw a tarot card and finally get that 10-hour sleep. Wellspring. Oh! I'm still though. Alright, fine. 10 hours sleep. Finally, my character has been like, oh, finally I can sleep. Fuck. Yay, we're good now. Wow, crazy. Maybe it's about time to make some food. Oh yeah, I made a lot of these. Maybe we can split one more time. Boom. Boom. I think I still prefer the long Venator. This one. Remember F equals ME what? Uh-oh. Math. The amount of force behind a round is equal to the mass and the energy behind it squared, meaning a very fast but tiny round will do more damage than a large but slow round. However, there's a limit to that obviously, but still, the faster the bullet, the more damage it does. Meaning at extreme range, your rounds will actually lose damage from air resistance. Up 2 is squared. X up 2 means x times x, or x to the power 2. Oh my god, video game! Crazy. Math hard. My brain, no. So we finished those. This one, did I already went to Haldi? Wow. Yeah, I guess we'll do this one tomorrow. Why not? Tomorrow we can do more of the quest. Standard issue, a 949. I always keep forgetting about this. What time? 7:45. You know what? I'm gonna rush. I'm gonna rush to M35, bring one homunculus eye, and give it to the shopkeep, and call it a day. Alright, go. I'm just gonna run. I'm just gonna run. I mean, if I'm running, they cannot shoot me, right? Like, I'm so fast, it's crazy. You don't see me. I'm fast like Shaw. FTA. Excusez-moi. Sorry, it's an FTA. I have to. Yeah, it's business. Well, not exactly. What the fuck? They're packing some good shit? Oh my god, no wonder it hurts like hell. Guess I'm gonna run to M35. Yeah, I kinda lied. Oopsie. There's one more. I don't know where they went. Wait, I have to aim downwards? Where's your gun? Why they only have one set of loot? Oh. Where's your loot? Did you take all of them? Oh, you probably did. On top of the chevron? The little up arrow? The faster around, the more damage you deal. The lighter around, the more drag you encounter, and thus the more energy you lose over the distance. So, like, this one will fall off really quickly. Because it's small and not much muzzle velocity, I guess. More? Ha ha! Ha ha!
Can do.
Friend. Chat, I'm I'm running around getting loot again.
Over here!
Oh, okay, it's friend. Are you running to get my loot or something?
Too easy.
One more? Who threw that? You stole my loot though. Ooh, hot dog. Utility throne? Improvised EMP bomb. Oh, is this the one that can prevent the anomalies? Has to be, right? Oh, I'll give you some money. Okay.
Another time.
That's a lot of bullet being used. Okay. Now we can go to M35. Oh. Go, 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 go. Oh, that's just a robot. Where did the robot go? Really? Ah! I guess we're fighting Wraith again. No big deal. It hurt a little bit though. Molasses. Sure. Quickly typing a big rise slow muzzle velocity. And gets a lot of drag. 556 and 3006 are decently hefty. 0.50 is basically a freight train that doesn't give a damn about that resistance, it will just keep flying. So straight line? That's really good to know. Cultist? What are you chasing? It is running like an ocean boat right now. Look at that. That powerful form of running, that's how you know that means business. Alright. We don't deal with that. That's not my problem. It's a powerful form. That thing knows how to run. Not strike like more so that round has so much mass it doesn't get affected by air resistance that much. So it would still just a tiny bit fall off. Tiny bit. Because no fall off would be impossible. Because physics and shit. Right. Man, I remember the first time I boot up this game. Being put in this universe. And then I have no idea what I'm doing. Like, how do I get to this place? How do I get to that place? Who's the enemy? Who's not the enemy? That first feeling of putting up a fresh game is always so special. .50 round is also able to ruin some light vehicle stays. Never know what happens if it hits living being. Ooh, maybe I should try a 50 cat. Why are you here? Big iron, okay. Trouble messing silence team. Big facility in northern zone, the wall. Unique and valuable materials before the threshold. Okay. Okay. Mushroom? Oh my god, I need all these. What is this gun? Chiron 84 compact. Legally speaking, this is a pistol. This is a pistol. I want this gun for the fun of it. You need a weapon? Wait, I don't have a weapon for you. Unfortunate. But I want this though. 50 cal, hey ya. Hey ya. So, what can we give? We actually have a lot of things to give, I think. Scratch that, we have nothing to give. I put away all the trading stuff. It is a silly little fella. 5.56 pistol, lowest muzzle velocity, so lowest damage. Basic sights, but it's a ball puppy. It's a cute gun though. So this one goes for the sidearm. I can give you this. Ooh. I'm gonna get the ball puppy someday. Hello. Nice. Standard issue, I'm not gonna do that. .50 hey up is an acronym for high explosive incendiary armor piercing. Basically, fuck you, fuck your existence, and fuck your everything else around. I like the sound of that. I need a gun that can use .50 cal. Do you sell? Whoa! What are these? A compact bullpup AA 52. Fitter with night vision scope. 33k? What the fuck? That's my entire life money. That's a 626, but tricked out to fuck? This is the same as this one. Oh, it is 626. It's a fucking night vision scope? I guess. Wait, that's good! Oh my god, 33k. What do I do? I need them. I swear to god, you put the pricing as ×3, I think, because this is 12, I remember. So this is 3 times the money. Does it have a suppressor? A compact fire 2-round extreme fire fitted with night vision scope. I don't think it has suppressor, no. Okay. That looks like a suppressor, no? That's huge. That looks like a suppressor. No, that doesn't. No, it's not a suppressor. Because my gun has it as well. Hiya. Cheat gun? No, no, not cheat gun. I kind of want to try it. Only thing there's a night vision scope. Maybe it's not that good then? Muzzle velocity 920. The same. The scope definitely looks different, right? Look at that crazy scope, holy shit. With just a night vision scope. Yeah, it's good shit. I don't need to change to this one anymore and lose most of my protection, you know? Okay, now I just need to like get enough money for it. What can I sell? Oh, you take molasses, right? I think it's time we say bye-bye to the flux detector. I also want to buy this, by the way. Break action .50 anti-material. So we found a 50 caliber gun. It costs 2,500. No thanks. Then fuck off. I love that shopkeep. Are we using Hey Up? We are. Okay, let's go find something. Me. Hi, Akko. Welcome. Break-action 50 is a single round, very unwieldy, but it hurts. Oh, it doesn't have a scope! Night vision. Oh yeah, I forgot. This one. Take out the bullet. That's a huge scope. Oh. 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 Okay, so it's the same, it's the same. 5,600. I bought it for 33,000. Compare and contrast the old one. I'm not gonna reload. I mean, yeah. This one doesn't aim as far. That one aims really far, I think. Okay, this one. Yeah, it's further. It's definitely further. Cool. I'll take it. It's good enough. This one sucks though. I have to get really close to use that gun because it has no sight. What happened? You lose all peripheral vision, which means someone can jump you, but one hell of a sniper? Yeah, it is. So, what do we do? Do we just open up the nights and go ballsy with it? Why not? Yeet ball! Ah! Okay, yeah, that hurts. Too many physical items. Come on, I'm here, kill me, I'm here. I'm on top. There should be someone that hates me. I don't have a gun, I swear. I only have a .50, I mean... drumstick. I have a drumstick, yeah. I'm a kobold, what do you expect? I have nothing. Huh? Me? A gun? No. I would never get a gun, it's too dangerous. I'm a kobold, I can use a gun. I don't even know what a gun is. Yeah. You know what we should try? We go Goldwood Forest again. we go Goldwood Forest again and use the .50 cal. It will always be the insurrectionist. Always. They would not be able to run away. Okay, then I need this. Alright. I have a big gun. One bullet? But one bullet? Night vision plus night vision scope. Oh! It's so bright! Bullshit. Thanks for the like. I gotta get food soon. Alright, who wants some? Who wants some? I have the good shit. The best shit. Don't like that fire though. Alright, there should be someone nearby here. If they see me first, they're absolutely cheating, okay? Deal?
You're not getting away.
I need to line up shop. Wah, wah. Fuck! You die! Oh! You die! I went into the nade. Shit! Oh, let me reload. Sorry, let me reload. Thank you very much. One shot, one kill! They are set on fire! Oh my god. Gosh diggity dang, what a gun! What a gun! I never tried a .50 cal before, holy shit, this is great! If only there's a gun that has like a scope that uses a .50 gun, a .50 cal as well. What? Are they here? Yeah, they are. Thank you, low quality settings. Oh, switch off the light, huh? You think you clever? Not as clever as I am. Yeah, high explosive incendiary armor piercing off is an uber hurty round. About that? About what? .50 cal with a scope. You think you run away, hi? You think I who? That shit hurt. Someone might say there's a personal vendetta towards insurrectionists. You know what? That's true. Exactly. Set. Oh, oh. Hey! I heard someone just now when I shot. There are decent anti-material, anti-tank rifles normally aren't used as snipers due to the fact that they are huge, fuck off heavy, and not the most accurate compared to dedicated snipers. They're decently accurate though. Yeah, it's actually very accurate. I assume their bullet is really big as well. Thanks for saying that. I appreciate that lots. You know, I cannot aim. Ten left.
Yep.
Wait. HECCKIN, yep. Oh yeah, the trading post should have one enemy, I think. Not anymore, I guess. Wee! We got him. Fire? I thought it's a spray paint. It sounds like they're very nearby, but I don't see them and I hate it. Oh. Got him. I'm just here wrecking havoc to go brute force again and again. Because why not? Maybe the night vision scope plus this is not that bad. The night vision helmet? Yeah, night vision helmet. I think that's everyone here? No, I hear someone talking. How many left? 10 left. Oh. Fuck. There we go. It's such a straight line. And the bullet shoots so fast that I don't need to like... I don't need to aim ahead of them too much. Shit's crazy actually. Oh my god. I'm being spoiled by the .50 cal. Oh no, I cannot use any other guns now. The one shot, one kill is absolutely crazy. Okay, that should be everyone. spooky lightning. Wait, 50 cal is so good. It's so expensive though. I think I got a few of my own .50 cal bullet in my own stash. Oh yeah, let's loot the lockers and then go with the observatory. More loot. Ooh, 1500. Officer? Oh hey, it's an officer's coat. Weight looking a little bit chunky now. I think, yeah. Oh yeah, the guns are very heavy. You know what? Let's get here. Death Adder. Alright, how do I get back to observatory? I think it's that way. Oh, I hear dog. I need to like get used to this game, right? I feel like this is a rare game where you can run sideways. Because most game, if you were to like input without W, without inputting front, you cannot run sideways. And this game, it allows it. It's like, it's kinda cool. Kinda cool. Right? And then also the accuracy is like quite accurate when you're running and shooting. So that I also need to keep in mind. Let's get back to the observatory real quick. And for real this time, I'm gonna call it a day. Oh, no. Wait. I think it's time to use this one. Are you bad? Are you good? Oh, got this. Sorry, I'm thinking. Is it more painful? I can't tell. Let's change the helmet back to the good one. I mean, now that I have this. Oh! Ooh, red coin. That's instructions. Hello? Thank you. Oh. There were... Do you mind? I'm just trying to get some loot, man. Ooh, wait, how about the 50 cal against that thing? I mean, since I'm already enemies with cultists, why not give it a try? Hey, hey, hey! Is that move? God damn, 2 shot! 2 shot is crazy! I just now I saw laser sight somewhere. Oh shit, I didn't mean to open up that one. Oh, was it you that laser sighted me?
Hi there.
Ooh, key. They,
Perhaps another time.
thanks for key.
Oh, hey.
And they keep stealing my mushroom. You can have that.
See you around.
Okay, we could. I've been streaming for holy 7 hours. I have a problem. I love this game too much. Especially after finding out there's like so much more new stuff when I'm mentally insane in game. It's so cool. Like that mannequin thing. That mannequin thing is like the best thing in the game. It's crazy amazing. I love that so much. Because I second guessed myself the first time it happened. It's like, oh, I thought I was shooting at an enemy, and then the enemy becomes a mannequin. It's like, oh yeah, I guess I'm actually going insane. And then it happened the second time. I pay attention to it, and then it actually turned into a mannequin. It's like, what? What? It's so fucking cool. Holy shit. So yeah, I know that this game is still like in very, very early development, right? There's still going to be a lot of things that's gonna get added into the game, I'm pretty sure. But with its current state, I feel like the game is gonna go so well. Like so well. It's crazy. So yeah. Excited to play more tomorrow. And I think about next week I'll try to next week or 2 weeks after, I'll try to ask like ask people to play Repo with me on Saturday my time, right? And then maybe someday I want to play fast mode with HECCKIN as well. So I'll try to do them. I'll try to do them. I don't know. I want to play some Repo. It has been a while. I also want to play some fast mode. My Phasmophobia experience was, let's see, Phasmo. So Phasmo last played 2023. However, I did play for 100 hours though. I think that's a lot. So I want to get back to the game. I heard the game has crazy updates. Like the game's still getting updated constantly. So yeah. See you next time. See you next time too. Thanks for hanging around, Ninetales. I need to find the right target. Do I raid? I raided Lucy yesterday. We could raid. I want to raid Johnny. I feel like I haven't raided Johnny in a while. Let's raid Johnny. Johnny is playing Gold Mining Simulator. It's a game that I want to buy, but it looks hard to play. I want to buy it just for the sake of gold mining. You know, as a Kobo that I love. I love shinies so much. I love shinies. Oh, it's currently on... It's on a big discount. Oh my goodness, I might buy it. I might buy it. I have enough Counter-Strike money. Oh my god. Mining equipment failures and repair. Oh yeah, I'm looking at this just so you guys knows what I'm going what I'm doing. Realistic mining process, highly detailed machines, 4 unique claims, fully deformable terrain. And the reviews are mixed though. Mm? 6 years ago, played a couple hours, hated it, was buggy hard to play mess. gave me motion sickness. Another try yesterday. What difference? I'm only 8 hours in, but loving it so far. No motion sickness. Thanks for putting time to make this game so much better. Definitely a thumbs up from me. Ooh. It's so buggy. Tutorial storyline will ruin this for you. I've said that play this in a massive discount and expect a frustrating experience. This one, I don't know, right? To warrant a frustrating experience for other people is like, maybe some people enjoy the process, right? But I don't know, what can I say? I might buy this. I might buy this actually. I wanna mine gold. Over 40 Steam achievements. Wow. Fuck it, I'm buying it. Look, I can always sell keys in Counter-Strike weekly for money, okay? I'm buying it later. Anyways, I want to raid out. Drink? Okay. Oh, I'm gonna plug my stuff real quick. This time I'm just gonna plug my Discord for now. I have a Discord. I announce my stream stuff over there. There's also a Dragon Sipping Corner. I like Dragon. Dragon good. But then again, the Discord thing is like I do everything manually, so sometimes when people join and then they read the rules, they click on the button, and then be like, why don't I get the roles, right? I'll take a look at the thing and then I usually give the roles manually, so might take some time sometimes. You know what? I'm doing it. I also have a coffee. Coffee nice, coffee good, coffee helps. And take care, Zri. Have a good weekend. Thank you, Zri. You have a good weekend yourself too. And coffee good, coffee nice, right? Help pays the bills and shit. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I also have a read message. Heck yeah, we can read the shiny dragon. Let me type in the raid. Oh my god, the hunger, it's setting in. It's 8:30 p.m. I deserve this. Actually deserved. Play the game way too much. I'm typed in the raid. I'm ready to raid. Before the raid though, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. I really appreciate all of you. Love y'all so much. And also know that it is all hacking loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves y'all, right? And here comes the raid to Johnny, a third. Yeah. Gonna raid to a shiny dragon. Oh my god. As a Kobo, I see a dragon, I'm very happy. I see a shiny, I'm very happy. I see a shiny dragon, that's two happies. Two happies? Oh my god, wow. I feel like I'm gonna press the right now button, right? So yeah, I'm gonna play more Project Silverfish tomorrow. There's still like some quests I need to do, right? I feel like I'm almost finished with the main content, like the quest and something like that, right? But we'll see. Tomorrow there's still a lot of things to do in Project Silverfish, and yeah. So I'm gonna press right now, right? So take care, everyone. Kobo loves you. Bye bye. Take care. See you guys tomorrow.